The protagonist felt a terrible cold, so intense that she couldn't move a finger. The girl, completely soaked and trembling with cold, heard a strange sound that caught her attention. It came from a boy with an eye patch and silver hair, who was breathing with difficulty. And he was also completely soaked. The protagonist felt a heavy weight on her eyelids and was losing consciousness due to exhaustion. And the cold. While watching the boy suffer and cry in front of her, she couldn't stop admiring the beauty of his eyes. She couldn't look away, but with every second she felt worse. Seeing the girl getting worse, the boy couldn't help but cry and feel terror in that situation. The protagonist didn't understand the reason for his tears, nor why he suffered so much for her. Feeling warmth, the protagonist's last bit of strength left her. She couldn't resist. She closed her eyes and lost consciousness. Upon waking up and opening her eyes, the girl noticed she was already in her warm rooms and bright, illuminated by the sun. Seeing that the princess was recovering and trying to get up, the maids rushed to her side, worried about her condition. While suffering a terrible headache, the servants rushed to report Her Highness's awakening. Looking at her hands, the protagonist noticed some anomalies, including the way they called Her Highness. Hearing them call her that, the girl was surprised, as she didn't know why she was being treated that way. The protagonist observed the room she was in, feeling a strong unease and bewilderment. At one point, she ran into the mirror and froze when she saw the image of a child reflected in it. Observing the girl's reflection and trying to figure out who she was, her emotions only intensified. The protagonist understood that this creature with light hair and emerald green eyes was herself. Realizing this, the princess's blood ran cold, but soon a mixture of sensations flooded her. From panic to moved admiration for her new body. Looking around the room, the protagonist wondered what place this was and what her identity was. The maids brought her a remedy and started feeding her with a small spoon, speaking to her as if she were a baby. Upon tasting the medicine, she frowned and didn't want to continue taking it because of the bitter taste it left in her mouth. While the protagonist swallowed those unpleasant mixtures, she became very angry for not enjoying them. She called the butler to get answers and started interrogating him about her past. Listening to her servants, she finally understood what had happened and who she was. Hearing the servants, the princess deduced that she was in the universe of the novel The Monster and the Lady, which greatly pleased her. It is a reinterpretation of the famous story Beauty and the Beast, which narrates the tragedy of the cursed Prince Bael, and also about Richard's beast, with whom they will fight for the love of the protagonist Diana. Our protagonist was Ansi, the stepsister of the novel's heroine, who was very famous lately. As a young woman, she married Prince Bael and became the crowned princess of the kingdom. But upon seeing his face, Ansi felt great terror and trembled so much that she hastily fled the ceremony. On her wedding day, she committed suicide by throwing herself into the lake with a weight to drown and not see the prince. What happened deeply affected Blake, as he blamed both his appearance and himself for what happened. In the end, overwhelmed by darkness, a tragic fate awaited him. But in the original story, he pulled the already dead princess from the lake. But since the protagonist occupied Ansi's body, the death did not occur, and Blake managed to save the princess. After reflecting, she came to the conclusion that the person she saw was precisely the prince. Remembering his face, crying, suffering, and blaming himself for not being like others. She discovered all this 5 days after waking up in that room. But she still remembered the tearful face. She worried about Blake's condition, as his fiancée couldn't accept his appearance, and attempted suicide, with the idea that it would be surprising if the boy was fine after that. The protagonist got out of bed. Noticing this, the maid hurried to ask where Her Highness was going, receiving a shocking answer. She was going to see the crown prince. All the staff were shocked, as they knew what the girl had done and the reasons for her actions. Anzia was quickly warned that the prince was still shaken, and it was better to visit him later. Blushing and lowering her gaze, the maid insisted that the princess should visit her husband at another time. Hearing the servants, Anzia simply smiled upon noticing her servant's blush and realizing she was trying to protect her. But as she got out of bed, she fixed a determined gaze on her, smiled, and assured her that everything would be fine, and that she shouldn't worry. Seeing this, the maid could not refuse, and, blushing and impressed by the princess's encouragement, agreed to her request. After changing clothes, the young lady, accompanied by the maid, walked down the hallway, heading towards the crown prince. As they walked, the princess observed the place they were traversing, as she hadn't left her chambers during all that time. Anzia concluded that she had no intention of abandoning Blake, like the previous owner of her body had done. One of the reasons she read the novel in time was that she supported the crown prince. And she was saddened when Diana chose Richard. And since she had the opportunity to change her favorite's dark past, she decided to seize it. Furthermore, Princess Anzia had no choice but to go to the crown prince. That's why the girl was so confident in her actions. She was the daughter of Count Beslan and his first wife, so she should be highly valued. But since her mother died shortly after her birth, her father soon remarried. And the second wife gave birth to Diana, so the elder was treated like a nuisance. Even knowing that, due to the curse on the crown prince, he would not live long. They married her off to him. That's why Ansi took her own life, not only because of the boy's face, but also because her family distanced themselves from her. For that reason, even if the protagonist tried to leave somewhere, she would have nowhere to go. Besides, she had no intention of abandoning Blake in such a desperate situation. And with those thoughts, she confidently entered the room. After entering the chambers, Anzia tried to greet the crown prince and talk to him. But upon seeing her, Blake, all bundled up in the tablecloth and trembling, quickly looked away from the princess. Very nervous, insecure, and with a trembling voice, he shouted for no one to come near him. But not wanting to give up without a fight, Anzia continued trying to strike up a conversation with the morally wounded prince. But interrupting her again, Blake begged her not to come near him and to leave. Since he was ugly, he kept trembling and nervous. He grabbed his head and said she would be afraid of him. Immediately after, he continued hiding under the tablecloth. But even so, his fear and suffering were visible. Ansha was shocked by Blake's behavior, as she believed he would hate her. But he was only afraid of scaring her again. As he kept shrinking further into the tablecloth, forming a ball, a very awkward atmosphere settled between them. Since the princess expected a completely different reaction, she sighed in relief, realizing that everything was much simpler. After regaining composure and reflecting on what to do next, Ansha approached the crown prince. She calmly and gently removed the corner of the refuge from the boy's hands and, grabbing the tablecloth, she took it off Blake. This action interrupted his self-torture and left him bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Before he could react, the prince looked at Blake, who abruptly moved away, taking the tablecloth with him. The protagonist calmly looked at the bitterly crying Blake, with a slight air of superiority. Worried that she would be scared again by his ugliness, he immediately shouted insecurely, asking her not to look at him. But with every second, the boy calmed down and wondered more what was happening and why he was being looked at like that. The protagonist, without saying anything, kept staring intensely at the crown prince, making him nervous. Trying to hide his face in the pillow, the young man asked why and for what reason. Convinced that his face was horrible, he squeezed the pillow and kept protesting about her taking the sheets without his permission. Hearing this, Ancilla felt a bit uncomfortable, as she was not used to hearing such a fearful protagonist. To her, he wasn't the dark ruler Blake, but a small, frightened white rabbit. To clarify the situation and reassure the prince, the protagonist smiled broadly and asked him to listen to her. Still confused, Blake shrank into the pillow and hid his beautiful face. While struggling to understand, Ancilla suddenly got closer and reached out towards his mask. Without giving him time to react, the princess grabbed it and pulled it off in one go, drawing his attention. The crown prince still hadn't realized what was happening and tried to figure out the princess's motives. As the protagonist extended both hands towards his face, he tried to hide and asked not to be looked at. However, catching him, she turned him towards her and said calmly and sweetly that the crown prince was beautiful. That sentence calmed Ancilla a little and made her blush strongly, leaving him completely stunned. Without losing a moment, she continued saying that she had never met anyone more beautiful than the crown prince. The princess smiled softly, slightly bowed her head, and looked at him with a sincere gaze. Clear and kind. Hearing those words, the protagonist didn't know what to do and was completely carried away by the moment. Holding back her tears, the protagonist thought that, although it made her uncomfortable, she had to accept the fact that part of Blake's face was covered by curse marks. Lost in thought, the princess, without realizing it, began to explore the prince's face, who blushed and couldn't articulate a word. The protagonist noticed that, although he was a prince, he possessed defined facial features and big, beautiful red eyes. She couldn't understand how anyone could not love something as perfect as the heir to the throne. Furthermore, according to the novel's plot, his encounter with Diana would eliminate the curse, and his biggest problem would no longer exist. In the novel, Blake's face was described as the most beautiful in the world after the elimination of the curse. In desperation, the crown prince broke free from Anshi's hands and, blushing, muttered that he definitely couldn't like her. Seeing that the boy wasn't calming down, she indicated that she hadn't feared his face, and that everything was fine now. But remembering Anshi's attempt to commit suicide, Blake still doubted, although he showed a blush. To finally clear all his doubts, the protagonist decided to lie and said she had accidentally slipped and fallen into the lake. So he shouldn't think that, because of his face, she had tried to take her own life and end her own existence. The protagonist mentally condemned the previous owner of that body for such a stupid act and improvised, doubtful but somewhat calmer. The crown prince decided to confirm if her words were true. He received confirmation, as well as thanks for having saved her at that moment. That's why Ansi went to see him. Blake was very surprised to hear her, and could barely believe that he was actually being thanked for saving her. Seeing that the prince's insecurity didn't disappear, the protagonist got a little closer. And with a kind smile, she tried to convince him of her sincerity. Hearing these words, the crown prince could no longer contain himself and, completely blushing, began to cry. Blake didn't stop crying in front of the young lady, who had said so many kind words to him. Wiping away his tears, the boy barely managed to murmur that he had suffered a lot, and that he believed the girl had committed suicide because of him. The protagonist replied that it made no sense to die, as she was married to such a wonderful person. The crown prince began to talk about his thoughts and feelings, afraid to even look her in the eyes. Hearing this, the protagonist felt compassion for him, as while she recovered her strength over 5 days. The prince carried a tremendous weight of guilt. So, seeing Blake crying nonstop due to his emotions, Ansia put a hand on his shoulder. Then, she hugged him with the statement that she liked the crown prince, and he shouldn't worry any more about it. In this situation, the boy gradually calmed down and regained his composure, besides feeling very embarrassed. But as soon as Blake managed to stop crying, gathering his strength, he hugged the princess and squeezed her even tighter, saying that he liked Ansia very much too. The protagonist didn't believe the crown prince's words, as she knew that, according to the romance, Diana had great sympathy for him. The emperor also knew Blake's devotion to his sister, so he requested they hold a wedding between them. The countess, in turn, said she could marry her off, but not to Diana, but that she would send Anzilla instead. The protagonist, reflecting on all this, smiled involuntarily, thinking that a little lie wouldn't hurt. Without thinking about anything, the girl proposed to Blake to sleep together right then, as they liked each other mutually. Hearing these words, the crown prince immediately blushed, like a ripe tomato, and was shocked. Those words hurt him so much that, embarrassed, he quickly moved away and covered himself with the pillow. He didn't know how to respond, but his emotions overwhelmed him so much that he kept blushing more. Seeing the prince's reaction, the protagonist also felt shame, although she didn't understand why. Evidently, she had said something strange. Countess Velasian possessed light magic, inherited only through the female line. Thanks to this power, Diana managed to remove the curse marks from Blake. And Scylla was also from the Velasian family, and although her magic was weaker than Diana's, it had the same essence. The Crown Prince's curse includes not only the marks on his body, but also unbearable pain. The pain starts to intensify when it is cold, in any form it appears. Blake found it difficult to save the protagonist from the lake, as he remembered how freezing it was. The girl noticed that the prince was not one to admit his pain and suffer in solitude. Physical contact is required for the Balasian family to use their lineage's magic. The more intimate the contact, the more effective the treatment. That's why the work is for adults. At her age, such treatment was not possible. That's why the protagonist wanted to lie down and hold Blake's hand. But looking at the prince, she understood that she had gone too far by proposing it. Trying to calm Anzia, he said he didn't mean any of that. Simply that since they were married, there was nothing inappropriate about sleeping together. Hearing his wife's words, Blake calmed down momentarily, as if he had nothing to fear. And everything would be fine. But it was still too uncomfortable for such a young boy, and out of shame, he sank into the pillow. With confusion and perplexity, the protagonist continued observing the prince and his reaction. She was slightly disappointed that her savage original Blake had turned into a little red-eyed guinea pig. She cannot imagine that this adorable being will become a dangerous wolf in 10 years. Anyway, Anzia couldn't leave this poor, adorable kid in trouble. After these thoughts, the princess grabbed the pillow and abruptly snatched it from Blake's arms. Without allowing him to retrieve the pillow, the heroine reached out for the prince's hand to hold it. And comfort the boy. Completely taking the young man's hands, Anzia declared that, since they were now spouses, they would sleep together from that day on. Hearing those words, the crown prince trembled and blushing, proposed sleeping together every day. He worried whether this arrangement pleased the princess, and if everything would be all right. Smiling widely, the protagonist happily replied that she saw nothing wrong with it, since they felt mutual attraction. Hearing this, the prince momentarily stopped trembling, but he was still blushing and admiring his wife's firmness. Unable to escape and faced with such actions, young Blake blushed more and more. Something excessive for a small child. Noticing that the crown prince's trembling had ceased, the protagonist slowly released and delicately his hands. While the prince admired the princess's beauty, she moved away a little and bowed her head to ask him if he felt better. Receiving no answer, Ansi took his hands again and waited for her healing power to take effect. The whole situation, and the protagonist's insistent gaze, made Blake feel an uncomfortable shame. The princess sank into her thoughts, as it was easier for Blake even in his memories when their hands were held. Convinced that her strength was insufficient, ignoring Blake, the heroine became sad. Because she wanted to help him. Thinking she couldn't do it like the Diana in the novel, Ansi decided to leave the room. Seeing this, the crown prince became restless upon noticing the princess leaving, and decided it was his fault. Unable to get off the bed, Blake grabbed the protagonist by her dress, begging her not to leave him. These actions surprised the girl, as she did not expect the fearful and cute bunny to do something. Hugging his wife, the crown prince timidly babbled that Ansi's hands were very warm. Blake slowly and delicately lowered his hands towards the princess's. In his beautiful red eyes, a desire and confidence in his actions could be seen, which was unexpected. Looking at him, the protagonist noticed how difficult it was for Blake, and that he was about to burst into tears. So she hurried to reassure the crown prince and told him she wouldn't leave, thus receiving stronger hugs. To get out of this situation, Anisha lifted the blankets and affirmed that she had gotten up to help him get up. Realizing she had misunderstood him, Blake blushed again from the discomfort surrounding him. The princess watched the boy, who moved away from her and curled up into a ball, and then sighed softly. First she wondered where her confident and passionate gaze and attitude had gone. Then she questioned why he blushed so much over simple hugs, not understanding the feelings of a small child. Noticing that the crown prince had moved so far away, she decided to clarify if he really didn't want to sleep with her. But the prince replied that it wasn't that, only that he wasn't sure if she agreed to sleep with a monster like him. The protagonist felt a slight horror and surprise, hurrying to beg him not to call His Highness a monster. Surprised by Anijja's words, the crown prince cast a shy glance towards her. But just an instant later, he looked away again, lowering his gaze and unable to believe her words. The protagonist didn't like that, and hurried to take his hands again to try reasoning with him. Looking at him again, the princess affirmed that Blake was very handsome and not a monster at all. Although he was looking at his wife again with his beautiful, blushing eyes, pretending to accept her words. Realizing this, Ansha decided to give him more confidence. She informed him that his curse would be lifted. These words sparked the prince's true interest, as he believed it was incurable. Noticing his interest, the princess hurried to convince Blake that the curse would be lifted over time. Recalling the story, she told him it would happen when His Highness turned 18. Therefore, his future life would be long and happy, full of various emotions and events. For this reason, she asked him to concentrate, cheer up, and ignore what others said. Blake listened attentively and reflectively to his wife's words, who asserted his future with such conviction. All those words made the crown prince think deeply, and he was intrigued as to why exactly at 18 years old. Emperor Philip, founder of this great empire, had a relationship with the goddess of light. The goddess, through the contact of her hands, granted her strength and healing to her beloved. For his part, Philip with that strength founded a powerful state. However, later, the emperor betrayed the goddess by falling in love with another woman. In this way, he provoked the wrath of the goddess of light, so she cast a curse upon Philip's descendants. The descendant bore the black mark, which covered part of his face and body, slowly eating him from the inside. Remembering all this, the protagonist also knew that on the night of Blake's 18th birthday, he would be on the verge of death. But after the crown prince met the beautiful Diana, the curse immediately receded. To further strengthen their bond, she took the prince's hand, interlacing pinkies, and decided to make an oath. The prince would not die from the curse, and for him to believe it, the protagonist swore with her own life. Hearing such a promise, the prince backed away, scared and worried for Ancilla. He asked her not to make such an oath. He didn't want the girl to die, and he also hoped that after his death, his wife would live in his place. Calmly and gently, the protagonist held the scared and trembling prince, who worried so much about her. Smiling and holding his hand, she promised him that neither His Highness nor she would die. Stunned by such words, the prince was shocked and involuntarily said his wife's name, who supported him so much. But unable to contain himself, he started crying again. So Ancilla hurried to wipe away his tears and joked that her husband was a crybaby. Although the prince kept denying it, his tears said otherwise, and the heroine continued to tease him. Understanding that she shouldn't exaggerate, the princess stopped and accepted Blake's words, hugging him and asking him to calm down. The strong arms of the crown prince were pleasant, so Ancilla smiled involuntarily while enjoying the scent of his hair. Stopping his tears, Blake gradually calmed down upon hearing his wife's words, and blushed at his own behavior. Realizing it was easier for the boy, the protagonist slowly lay down, and gently with him in bed, lying in bed and looking at each other. A very sweet and romantic atmosphere formed between them. They spent the whole night like that, embracing, until they fell asleep and slept through the night. Blake's room had large windows on the sunny side, so at dawn, the sun entered intensely. The bright light hitting the protagonist's eyes was unbearable, so she couldn't keep sleeping. And she opened her eyes. Anisha was surprised to see the prince's face, as she was still not used to waking up next to a boy. She was also surprised that they had been holding hands all night. And how adorable Blake looked sleeping. Caressing him and ruffling his hair, the crown prince woke up and lazily opened his eyes little by little. It was the first time in a long time that he smiled so radiantly and widely, which looked absolutely beautiful. Anijja was intrigued by the cause of the boy's smile, and upon asking discovered that he liked her. Not understanding his words, the princess wanted to find out the exact reason for his joy. It turned out he was happy to be with her. Those warm and affectionate words made even Princess Anijja blush, who had a mature heart. She loved Blake's smile so much that she decided to keep striving to make him happy more often. After those words, an intimate romantic atmosphere settled between them. They kept looking into each other's eyes for hours. The protagonist spent several days with the crown prince and observed his behavior. During that time, she noticed that Blake never left his room unless absolutely necessary. He only goes out to eat, and the prince does so with adorable grace, although the protagonist thought it was due to his age. He reads in his room, and at that moment, great effort and dedication in his task are evident. Sharing meals with him day by day, Anzia noticed a strange regularity. Looking at his plate, she sighed discontentedly and, unable to stop herself, commented that it was the same as always. At every breakfast, they are brought fresh vegetables and aromatic herbs, something expected from a prince. But at noon, they also served vegetables and herbs, which already seemed quite strange. When vegetables with herbs also appeared at dinner, the protagonist was perplexed, as she didn't understand why this menu. The third consecutive day of eating only vegetables made Anzia suspect that Blake was actually a rabbit. Furthermore, the menu they received was extremely monotonous and boring. The princess decided to inquire about the crown prince's gastronomic preferences. Blake replied that he had no specific preferences, so Ansha opted to ask if he liked meat or fish. She received a clear and certain answer that cleared up some of her doubts about his diet. From his diet, the protagonist concluded that Blake was vegetarian, and that's why he had that menu. The spell does not limit the consumption of any food, so only one explanation remained. The scarcity and monotony of the prince's food reflected the attitude towards him, as if he were a cursed beast. Currently, the crown prince's attendant is the eldest son of Marquis Hamel. Realizing that, being children, they were seen as helpless and simply ignored. The protagonist considered this outrage too much. Noticing that Anisha wasn't eating, Blake asked if the reason for not eating was that she didn't like the taste, and received a reassuring answer. Determined to take action regarding the situation, the protagonist put down her fork on the table. Then she called her maid, who instinctively bowed, although no one saw her. Receiving no immediate instructions, the maid turned to Her Highness to find out what she desired. The princess asked her to call her head attendant to her chambers after they finished eating. With firm determination, knowing her position, she announced that she wished to ask the subordinate something. Hearing the order, the maid bowed and announced that she would convey the princess's order. During the meal, Anissa tried to feed Blake and offered him sautéed mushrooms, and learned that he didn't like them. Anissa insisted they eat them, as they were beneficial for health and necessary for the prince. After hearing all the protagonist's explanations, the crown prince, like an obedient rabbit, began to comply with her request. Noticing the prince trying to swallow it in one bite, Anissa insisted that he not hurry and chew well. Although Blake disliked it, thanks to his future wife's support, he managed to do it, and felt a small sense of pride. Realizing that the protagonist was trying to pull her hand away, the crown prince quickly grabbed it. He looked at her with sincerely happy and bright eyes, because her hands were warm to him. Upon learning that the prince felt better after close contact with Anzia, she was deeply moved by him. Pleased and happy, she served the rest of the food so he could eat it all. In that sweet and wonderful atmosphere, a small revelation arose in the princess's mind. If Blake feels so comfortable with her, it means he still possesses a part of his family's light power. After returning to her chambers, the prince's attendant, Mr. Brown, arrived at the palace. He came with the request to be received as ordered by His Majesty, conveyed by the staff. The princess noticed that Brown was a rather tall, handsome, but thin man who had come to ask about the reason for the summons. Anzia felt slightly uneasy talking to the eldest son of Marquis Hamel. The attendant did not visit her at all during her illness, which showed that he considered himself superior in rank. Gathering strength, the protagonist expressed aloud and firmly, with tones of indignation, the scarcity of the prince's food. Upon hearing these words, the cold and indifferent expression of the Marquis's son changed abruptly, showing that they had taken him out of his comfort zone. Indignant at such a declaration, Brown bared his teeth and clenched his fists so tightly that veins stood out on his forehead. Sensing such an intense reaction and the attendant's firmness, the protagonist decided to take away a bit of his arrogance. Without giving him a second to reflect, Anzia ordered Brown Hamel jailed for misappropriation of funds intended for the palace's maintenance. Enraged, the Marquis's son began shouting that the princess didn't even know what she was talking about. He received a cold and clear answer, in addition to being accused that precisely the head attendant's actions were considered misappropriation. Brown did not expect to find so much maturity and serenity in a little girl, so he was stunned. As soon as one of the guards grabbed him, he tried to break free and immediately threatened with his status. Unaware of the situation, he continued intimidating even the crown princess with his title. Since she was of lower rank than the Marquis, he tried to damage Anstja's reputation somehow, but she only ordered that insults to the prince and the princess be added to the list of accusations. Hearing such a cold order, the guard calmly and quietly agreed, ready to comply. Even as he was being taken away, the Marquis's son continued resisting and demanding to be released. With time, the guard's patience ran out, so he looked sternly at Brown and warned him that he wouldn't stand for it anymore. Noticing this, the head attendant began to worry and tried to obey, but it was too late. The guard lightly hit him and handcuffed his hands. All the maids witnessed the scene, and, following the head attendant's detention, the atmosphere in the palace became tense. Instead of imposing order on the servants, the protagonist took advantage of the situation and dismissed a large portion of her subordinates. The princess asked for the list of all palace employees to eliminate some. She remembered that in the novel, when Blake was stripped of his crown prince title, most of the servants defected to Richard. While reviewing the list, Anstja examined it slightly irritatedly and reviewed her memories. Then she issued a decree to dismiss everyone on the list. Due to the massive cleanup in the palace, an unusual calm settled. And peace. Shortly after stripping all the traitors, the palace felt empty and lacking personnel. The maid, uneasy about such a decision, worried, as the servants were personally chosen by the emperor. And that could anger him. The protagonist was surprised to see that Melissa truly cared about the princess's fate. Ansi hurried to calm the maid and assured her there was nothing to worry about, and that everything would be fine. Receiving such a confident reply, the maid believed her and was so happy that she smiled widely. Calm and with a cool head, the girl decided to continue with her work and ask what the princess wished to try today. Remembering that she herself had dismissed the chef not long ago, the protagonist felt some discomfort. So, to reassure the maid, Anzia announced her desire to cook herself today. This declaration greatly surprised Melissa, as she didn't understand how the princess was going to cook. Happy and content, the girl mentioned having recently visited the storeroom and found something interesting. After a while, gathering her strength and taking the maid with her, they set off together. Upon reaching the door, Melissa didn't understand what the princess was planning or why they had come. With enthusiasm and a mind full of ideas, Ancilla took the handles with both hands and opened the door before the maid. The protagonist proudly and happily showed what was behind the doors. Not understanding what the princess wanted to show her, the maid decided to ask her clearly what it was. In front of her were two large containers with unknown contents, so she could not grasp her lady's idea. Realizing that Melissa didn't understand, Ancilla approached, carefully removing, and slowly, the lid of the container. Looking at the contents, the princess smiled excitedly, while the maid watched her perplexed. Inside was an unknown red mass with a strong, pungent smell. Looking at Melissa, the protagonist hurried to explain the contents, calling it chili paste. The maid, completely confused, looked at the princess without understanding at all what she intended. The protagonist explained that if that paste was used in the food, the flavor would be more intense and rich. Melissa showed genuine surprise upon learning of the princess's knowledge of Eastern spices. So she asked her where she obtained such knowledge. Upon receiving the answer that she learned it from books, the maid told her that all the spices in the world were gathered there. Ancilla was indignant. With so much wealth in the palace, Her Highness was being fed like a goat. as she ruminated on the fact that even many servants were unaware of the existence of that room. The protagonist adjusted her sleeves. Full of enthusiasm and determination, the princess prepared to start cooking for her fiancé. While cooking, she showed good skills and dexterity with the kitchen utensils. Her movements showed years of experience and considerable effort to serve delicious food to the prince. After a while, she finally finished her work and felt quite tired, as her body belonged to a little princess. Melissa was impressed by such talent and level of cooking, so she considered the protagonist a culinary genius. Satisfied with her work and wiping away the sweat, the crown princess ordered Blake called to the table. In front of the young crown prince appeared a beautiful super soup with an intense aroma. And tempting rice and some meatballs. Seeing so many new and unusual dishes, Blake was notably surprised, as he didn't expect such an abundance of food. He decided to find out what was in front of him and received the answer that they were Oriental dishes. Shining with happiness, the protagonist explained that she had read about them in a book and found all the ingredients in the palace, after which she prepared them. Blake wanted to confirm if the princess had really cooked this exquisite banquet herself. As soon as His Highness heard that Anzia had indeed cooked everything, he was astonished by such a gesture. But an awkward pause formed between them, and the prince was not quick to try the new dishes. Noticing that he simply didn't know how to eat them, the future wife understood that the boy had never tasted Oriental food. As a first course, the princess decided to show some fried vegetable meatballs called krugliash. Anzia compared the tenderness of the dish to that of the crown prince, which made him blush. Placing the rice on a large spoon and the krugliash on top, the princess prepared to feed her husband. She slowly and carefully brought the spoon close to him, and Blake, like an obedient bunny, put everything in his mouth. Even while chewing, the boy looked adorable, and his face clearly expressed that he liked it. After tasting the new and strange food, he shouted happily, as the food was delicious. Anzia pretended not to expect such a reaction, although she was completely sure of her cooking. The next dish she offered him to try was a soy paste ragu, but this time he prepared it himself. The princess warned him that the dish was hot and had a peculiar taste, but that did not diminish Blake's curiosity. She feared that because of the unusual and strange taste, the crown prince would not like the food. But as soon as the boy put in and ate the first spoonful of ragu, his eyes said it all without words. He was so amazed by the taste that he considered it the most delicious food of his life. Relieved by his response, Princess Ansi smiled sweetly, as she felt she was taking care not of a husband, but of a child. But it had to be that way. Firstly, the difference in emotional age. And also, Blake had to fall in love with Diana to break the spell. As the crown prince ate, he noticed Ansi's attentive and tender gaze upon him. She remained enchanted by this beautiful white rabbit with adorable red eyes. She also decided to stay close to the crown prince for a while so he could live a long life. And happy. Over time, the protagonist planned to distance herself from him before Blake completely became an adult. She wanted to save the prince and break the spell. And since she cannot achieve it, she prefers to protect him until he finds Diana. As a child, Blake suffered 3 tragedies. The first was his curse and the complexes it generated in him. The second was his fiancée's suicide on their wedding day, which caused him strong emotional shock. The third was the death of his father, Emperor Tenstan, but at that time, Blake's uncle and Richard's father occupied the throne. Shortly after, the crown prince was stripped of his title and exiled to the south, where he spent his childhood. The spell imposed on Blake existed before the heroine occupied Ansi's body, so she couldn't get rid of it. However, since Emperor Tenstan's death would happen in the future, the princess decided to try to prevent his death. When the crown prince married Ansi's, the emperor went to the Valley of Chaos. A few days later, the princess definitively confirmed that the prince loved Korean cuisine, and that he was very happy that she was the one who had prepared that food. That's why the prince admired her so much. Therefore, to cook properly, Ansi's needed a chimney and a cauldron. Since all the food was cooked there, the princess ordered a blacksmith to make her a chimney. Once finished, the young lady would ask the maids to relay the order for the cauldron. To install the chimney, first, a place had to be found for it. That's why the princess was exploring the area. Upon finding an interesting spot, the protagonist knelt down and examined it carefully. Visualizing it mentally and trying to estimate by eye, she tried to determine if that spot was suitable for a chimney. While she was absorbed in this, an unknown boy furtively approached from behind. He tried to find out what the princess was doing there, which surprised her so much that she got very scared. Turning around abruptly, Anzia expressed with enthusiasm and loud voice that the person had scared her. The boy extended his hand and sincerely apologized for his behavior, adding that he hadn't meant to scare her. He turned out to be a boy with black hair, thick eyebrows, and red eyes, similar to Blake's, but with a more mature and serious appearance. The protagonist couldn't take her eyes off the young man, as he was just as handsome and attractive as the crown prince. Unlike her husband, that young man did not show so much shyness and reacted calmly to the prolonged gaze they directed at him. Anzia carefully examined the boy who had scared her and noticed a scar on his neck. Also, his thin eyebrows and square jaw suggested a character from the novel. But it was upon seeing his red eyes, like those of a beast fixed on her, that she fully understood. Anzia recognized him intuitively, which caused her to become intensely excited. It was Richard, although the protagonist didn't realize she had said it out loud, which puzzled him a bit. The protagonist couldn't stop looking at him, either because of the unexpected meeting or because of his attractiveness. That boy was one of the main characters of the novel The Monster and the Lady, but with a horrible character. Richard greeted Anzia with a smile on his face and was glad to see her, as they hadn't met for a long time. Hearing those words, the protagonist became 100% convinced of her suspicions. Richard was the second son of the emperor's brother, Duke Cassiel, and at the same time one of the candidates for the throne. Since Crown Prince Blake would live briefly due to a curse, it was believed that one of the duke's sons would occupy the throne. He had slim chances of becoming emperor as the son of a slave, so he had to step on his enemies' heads. But in the end, near the conclusion of the story, he managed to achieve his desired goal and occupy the throne. In the novel's conclusion, he used Diana to get rid of Prince Blake. Not wanting to accept that ending, the protagonist squeezed her hands tightly and shook her head. She promised herself that this would not happen, the emperor would not die, and the crown prince would keep his title. Regaining her composure, Anzia got up alone with the determination not to allow Richard to carry out his plan. Then she decided to hurry to find out what motive the duke's son had for seeking her out. That boy decided to reprimand the princess for the fact that upon marrying, she dismissed all the servants immediately. Anzia understood that Richard wanted to find out the reasons for the dismissal himself, since his spies were among those servants. That's why the heroine replied that there was nothing relevant, for which she received a critical response. And hasty. Not understanding the meaning of his words, the crown princess decided to clarify what the duke's son meant. Richard argued that the emperor trusted the Hamel Marquis family, and trusting his eldest son would be too risky. Tension personally selected the other servants, so it wasn't up to the crown princess to dismiss them. Hearing this, Anzia became angry upon realizing that those servants were spies infiltrated by his family. But knowing she couldn't mention these facts directly, she smiled and said she couldn't be in a home with people she didn't trust. Trying to demonstrate his superiority, Richard insisted that the servants should be handled with nobility. And only then would he gain their trust. But noticing his rudeness, Anzia commented that the situation did not actually concern him. So, if he had nothing more to say, she dismissed him back to his place. Seeing such an aggressive reaction, the duke's son tensed up a bit and reflected. Adjusting his hands and raising an eyebrow, he supposed they were angry with him and treated him coldly. Not understanding this question, she just looked at him confusedly until she heard Richard's explanation, since he hadn't accepted her feelings recently. Hearing this, the protagonist involuntarily frowned, clearly annoyed by those words. Confident in his words, Richard continued talking about his regret for not accepting her confession. He also reminded her that she was the daughter of a slave, so she wouldn't be able to defend him when he had to give explanations for the dismissals to the emperor. But being an essentially mature young woman, Anzi immediately understood his manipulation of women's feelings, which angered her even more. Completely self-assured, the Duke's son kept smiling forcedly and talking about feelings. She understood that the problem lay in the fact that he believed the girl still liked him. The protagonist decided to humiliate his pride and told him directly that nobody could like someone like him. The Duke's son was stunned and lost the ability to speak, as he didn't expect something like that. Before he could react, Anzia, addressing him formally, asked him to stop being so rude to her. She decided to use her status, pressuring him by threatening him with an insult to the imperial family. Those words left Richard completely disoriented, which was clearly reflected on his face. Trying in every way to take advantage, the Duke's son extended his hands towards Anzia. But his hand was unexpectedly stopped. Because of this, the calm and perpetually serene palace garden became agitated and full of tension. The unexpected person who interrupted between them turned out to be His Highness Blake, which slightly scared the girl. With an unusually serious and stern expression, the Crown Prince warned Richard that he had already been denied. Surprised and somewhat nervous about the situation, the Duke's son tried to get away without getting dirty. He tried to justify his rudeness, saying that before, with Lady Ansi, they had been close. He received a rather harsh but sure answer, indicating that the protagonist was no longer a lady, but the Crown Princess. Richard was completely shattered and bewildered, as he had never seen Blake so sure. And furious. Understanding that the best thing to do was to retreat, he apologized for his words and also apologized to the prince. He received an even greater threat, affirming that if something similar happened again, and he showed disrespect towards the princess, Blake would not forgive him. After saying this, the Crown Prince let go of Richard's hand and ordered him to leave the garden. Observing the Duke's son walking away, it was evident that he was leaving very angry and cursing. The whole situation made the protagonist start to worry, as she did not expect such an outcome. While watching Richard leave, the Crown Prince's soft palm reached out to her hand. He asked her not to look and pulled her hand towards him, which surprised her quite a bit. But it didn't scare her at all. As if he had changed, Blake gently returned to being a bunny who begged Antia not to see anyone else. The happy princess took the boy's hands and promised him she wouldn't do it again. The protagonist called the Duke's son a dog and accused him of having claimed to have feelings for her. Blake was also blushing and considered himself worse than the Duke's second son, so popular with the girls. Frowning, Princess Antia told her husband that she hated guys like Richard. Furthermore, she mentioned that she was more attracted to tender and soft bunnies like the Crown Prince. Hearing this, her husband felt not so much a blush, but joy at those warm words. Therefore, he couldn't hold back anymore, and happily rubbed his hand against Antia's as if he were a bunny, laughing playfully. Blake was so happy that he rested his wife's warm hands on his face and felt completely happy. This adorable scene made the protagonist relax and feel moved by her husband. Since the problem with Richard was resolved, Antia was sincerely smiling and laughing. And since the conversation had gone in that direction, the protagonist decided to ask the young prince who he liked. She received a surprising answer. Jumping into her arms, Blake affirmed that he needed no one but Ancilla. Such a sincere and passionate response could not leave the young woman indifferent, so she felt extremely happy. And on that bright and warm day in the garden, surrounded by warm hugs, she responded with equal devotion and assured that she needed no one but Blake. After this episode, a brief euphoria of happiness and warmth blossomed in the palace. For a while, and on one of those days, the protagonist was preparing a bath for her dearest and most cherished husband. Reaching the right temperature, she decided to call the Crown Prince to come to her. At that moment, the prince, as usual, was immersed in his books, and he asked what his wife desired. With a wide smile and great joy, the princess announced that from that moment on she would help him bathe. Hearing these words, the crown prince, who had just been focused on reading, was stunned. Understanding Ancilla's announcement, he went into shock, as he considered the situation unacceptable. But seeing the protagonist approaching with her eternal smile, he knew he couldn't convince her otherwise. Trying to come up with an excuse, Blake hastily sought to escape the room. However, as soon as he got up and headed for the door, the princess grabbed him by the shoulders, making it clear that there was no escape. Adding a bit of dissatisfaction and irritation to her voice, she insisted once more that it was time to bathe. Blake tried to escape, fearing the spell might touch his beloved. But the protagonist was not scared and had no intention of stopping, and the prince worried even more, thinking that this would bring her misfortune. There was a rumor that said if you touched the seal carrying the spell, it would transfer to you, or bring you misfortune. Thanks to these rumors, those who inherited the spell couldn't go out and were exiled to the South Island. Before, these rumors were widespread among the people, and Blake was stripped of his title, sending him south. But thanks to the emperor's protection, the prince could stay in the palace. That's why Anija said that all those words were empty and not worth paying attention to. The crown prince, for some reason, believed the truthfulness of those rumors. That's why the princess said they had already touched. She believed that direct contact with the cursed part of the body, where a large part of the seal covers, could be harmful. Noticing the boy's strong reaction, the princess tried to grab his hand with the drawing. Shouting that she was ugly, the prince withdrew his hand and also said that this spell was the real monster living inside him. Confident in his words, His Highness curled up and affirmed that Anissa would hate him when she saw the entire seal. Trying to soften the situation, the protagonist slowly approached him, begging him to calm down. She understood that the rumors were just a pretext for his fear, so that she wouldn't see his drawings completely. Approaching, with a soft and calm voice, Anissa asked him to look at her attentively. Blake lifted his head, but tears could be seen falling from his beautiful eyes and the little mask. She sat next to him and reminded him that she had already told him that the boy was not a monster. And he was not ugly. Seeing that the crown prince was calming down, she extended her hand towards his face and affirmed that the touches would not harm her. Every day after marrying His Highness, Ansie's days are filled with unprecedented happiness. Those warm words made the crown prince's beautiful face shine again. He feared whether she was happy with him. She received an affirmative answer and was glad to have Blake as her husband. Immersed in this melancholic atmosphere, overcome by his emotions, the boy threw himself into his wife's arms. The prince was also happy with Ansie, but she warned him that if he continued calling himself a monster, the princess would reprimand him. While such a beautiful moment was being created, the protagonist once again proposed bathing together. This proposal made the boy blush intensely, as he became nervous again. Noticing this, Ansie tried to calm him, as she had no objections and everything was fine. Slightly squeezing his shoulders, the prince murmured, blushing, that he felt very embarrassed. The protagonist decided to joke with him, which made him blush even more. Continuing with the jokes, the princess teased the prince a bit, receiving weak shoves and annoyed gestures from him. The crown princess wondered how Blake had lived until now being so shy. She received the answer that he was like that because he was near Ansie, which earned her a couple of sharp teases. The protagonist took advantage of his words, took the crown prince's hand, and decided to take him to the shower. Mentally, it was still very difficult for him to accept, but he could not disobey his wife. Gathering all his courage, along with the confidence Ansia gave him, the prince got up and followed her. Even so, it was very difficult for Blake to undress in front of the princess, as the shame had not lessened. While still worried about the ugliness of his curse and the seal, he begged her not to be surprised when he saw it. Frowning and somewhat annoyed, the protagonist declared that she wouldn't say another word about it. Blake became distressed again by the possibility of being hated, so he received a final warning. Or the princess would get angry. So overwhelmed was he by the possibility of losing Ansia that, out loud, he affirmed that the princess could not abandon him. Seeing this sincere and pure child, the protagonist sighed, disappointed and saddened. because she planned to abandon him over time, as she knew her strength would not be enough to heal the prince. Ansha sank into silence, which created a brief pause in their lively conversation. Not receiving an immediate answer, Blake concluded that his wife planned to leave him. So his eyes filled with tears again. Clenching his fists and finally gathering courage, she assured that the prince had nothing left to fear, and that Ansha would not abandon him. With a perfect and forced smile, she declared that she would follow him like Alice the White Rabbit. Although this was a pure lie, the protagonist did not step out of character and continued to calm the prince. To completely dispel that sad atmosphere, the princess invited him to bathe in a cheerful voice. And lively, the prince began to undress in complete silence, without making the slightest noise, because his emotions wouldn't leave him in peace. In every move Blake made, great tension and anxiety about the result of his actions could be noticed. Without a shirt, he looked like a cornered rabbit who didn't know what to do. Although he expected some reaction from the girl, he only received an attentive look. And slightly stern. That same night, in the large palace of Duke Cassiel, the atmosphere was tense and dark. At such a late hour, a single window remained lit, something unusual. Inside that room, Richard reviewed the last acts and various actions of Ansi. Duke Cassiel and his half-brother Frank were furious because a 10-year-old girl had hindered the prince's surveillance. The maid who attended Blake in the shower was pretty, and it hurt him, especially because she had been there for quite some time. After drinking some hot tea, the Duke's son was smiling, aware that he hadn't yet unleashed his entire arsenal. His thoughts were completely focused on Nancy, who became crown princess purely by chance. Richard remembered how that innocent girl was deeply in love with him. He also remembered that he could never hide his feelings when he looked at her. Seducing the boy who had always been in solitude and despair turned out to be extremely easy. So Richard planned to turn the crown princess into his puppet, something that would be much more effective than a full army of spies. After finishing his tea and reflections, he finally decided how to act in the situation. Remembering how he dared to enter the palace to investigate and faced overwhelming resistance. His expectations of an easy prey were not met, which deeply shook his confidence. The Duke's son noticed that not only Anasia, but also the crown prince had changed, strengthening and showing a different look. It stood to reason that precisely the presence of the crown princess had transformed Blake so much. All these events and changes clearly worked against him and needed to be eliminated immediately. Placing the cup on the table, Sir Richard fully immersed himself in his Machiavellian thoughts and plans of taking over. Realizing that in Princess Anasia, there was something with the power to transform the prince. The Duke's son longed to take possession of her. And just as Richard was meditating in the palace, a scene of vital importance was taking place. The protagonist repeated to herself that, no matter what, she must show neither fear nor astonishment. With trembling and uncontrollable hands, the crown prince slowly undressed. And carefully, he looked her in the eyes, awaiting the worst judgment, but at the same time entrusting his secret to her. Blake slowly and laboriously moved his hand toward his wife, anticipating rejection from her. To break the tense, gloomy, and embarrassing atmosphere, the princess took the boy's hand. Seeing Blake's small and fragile body, the girl sighed and asked what they could do to at least make him gain a little weight. Then, the protagonist hurried to send the crown prince to the shower, worried about his health. While the princess caressed Blake's back, who tense hadn't said a word. She carefully examined the mark, covering the heir's entire body. The mark already occupied half of Blake's young body, which meant the time he had left was limited. The novel mentioned that when it spread over the body, the mark caused unbearable pain. That's why she wanted to know how strong the boy was. Anzia extended her hands and caressed the crown prince's back in the area of the intricate mark. Blake hurriedly dodged, still worried that the spell might reach her, but instantly received a reprimand and a new warning that if he continued like this, he would annoy Anzia. To lighten the sadness and stillness, the princess started humming a familiar song of the maids. Misinterpreting the lyrics about the big belly, the prince got angry and blushed. Not letting the opportunity slip, The protagonist decided to joke with the boy, which embarrassed him even more. But it relieved the heavy atmosphere. Disappointed by the joke and his stomach, the prince promised not to eat so much in the future. Then, Anzia reminded him that if Blake didn't eat well, he wouldn't be able to grow. Because of this dilemma, the adorable red-eyed bunny became completely disheartened and lowered his long ears. Seeing the adorable child and how much fun it was to tease the prince, Ansi couldn't help herself and laughed a little at him. Knowing that everything has a limit, she intervened to encourage young Blake so that he wouldn't worry. Eat a lot and grow up strong and tall. Hearing those words, the prince finally smiled sincerely and, laughing, promised to grow. Seeing that the boy managed to relax, the princess smiled wider and brighter. It turned out that the prince desired, over time, to grow tall enough to surpass Ansi in height. One clear morning, a heavy gift was brought to the palace for the princess. She looked at it very confusedly, as she hadn't ordered anything from anyone and there were no festivities. It turned out that this gift with roses and a letter of apology was from Sir Richard of the Duke's family. In that letter, there were many sweet words, something not very similar to a sincere apology. In the same letter, among all those nice words, there was a request for espionage against the crown prince. As angry as she was, the protagonist puffed up her cheeks and crossed her arms, not understanding what wasn't clear in what had been said last time. The maid worried about the speed of her lady's actions and asked if it was really necessary to refuse the letter. But Ansi insisted that it had to be done so that Richard would understand her clear answer more quickly. After that instruction, Melissa asked if she was done, since if so, she was ready to leave. The princess hoped that at least this time, she could make her message understood by that immutable mind. But the next day, he was already back to the servants with another gift, which she immediately returned. The next day the gifts did not cease either, which made the princess doubt Richard's mental capacity. This lasted so long that rumors and gossip circulated among the servants, even about a supposed secret relationship of the princess. One day, a servant came before Ancilla with the news of the duke's persistent son. Without even hearing him finish, she asked Hans to immediately return more disgusting gifts. And expensive ones. This time it was not easy to return it, as the gift was a precious treasure. The protagonist was struck by what treasure she had received that was difficult to return. That irrecoverable treasure turned out to be a ring with a diamond called the Siren's Breath. Even Anzia was surprised by the gift, as its value was almost priceless since nobody sold it. The Siren's Breath is a monostone that harbors the power of the sea. And as they are scarce, it is considered a unique treasure. In the original story, it was precisely this ring that Richard gave to his beloved Diana. The protagonist decided to look at it, as it was said to be immensely beautiful. Realizing how desperate the duke's son was for the crown, Ancilla demanded the treasure be returned. And she would not change her decision, not even if he gifted her an entire mana stone deposit. Furthermore, she ordered them to let him know that he should not dare to come within a certain distance of her. Choosing a good day, the crown princess escaped with her servants outside the castle. Towards the city, dressed in a crimson outfit, she hurried happily towards somewhere, to the point that the agile courtiers could not keep up. Ansia walked so fast only due to immense enthusiasm, as it was her first trip around the city. After walking around for a while, they arrived at a 2-story building with a chimney. The princess looked at the house with bright eyes, as she was going to order her desired container there. The protagonist showed her drawings on paper of the container and asked if it was possible to make something similar. The blacksmith carefully and for a long time examined the drawing, calculating all the manufacturing difficulties and materials. After a brief silence, he declared that he would try to do it, and that, in general, he could make anything, provided he had time. Upon learning this news, the protagonist thanked him and asked him to do his best. Although the princess's group tried to remain unnoticed, Ansi clearly stood out due to her attire. Melissa asked if Her Highness wished to visit other places, as it was uncommon to leave the palace. But she received a surprising answer. She wished to return to the palace as soon as possible, because she understood that Black was probably worried about her and was anxiously awaiting her return. However, mentioning it even made her feel embarrassed and out of place. Near evening, Ansia and her escort managed to return to the castle in the carriage. The protagonist walked without worries through the long corridors in her dark blue dress of satin with lace, until she suddenly heard the cheerful and loud shout of the crown prince, who was running hastily through the place. He ran towards her and wrapped her in a strong hug, something she absolutely didn't expect from her adorable bunny. Blake looked at her with his bright and happy eyes, smiling widely, greeting her as if she were his pet. He was anxious to know how everything went and received an equally cheerful answer. In content, while caressing her worried bunny, fearing something might have happened to him on the way. She tried to quickly reassure him. It turned out that Blake had already worried a lot about his beloved, who was late for their meeting, which once again validated her decision not to delay and quickly return to the castle. The protagonist carefully extended her hand towards the mask, asking him to take it off first. Taking it off, she told him with a wide smile that it was better this way, that he should never wear it again, not even in front of her. But Blake obeyed not because it was more comfortable, but because Princess Anasia liked it. That sentence threw her off a bit, as the crown prince was once again using ambivalent expressions. The crown princess clarified that without the mask, she could admire her dear husband's cute face. His Highness was rolling around in her arms so actively that it seemed something had happened in her absence. So she asked him if really nothing had happened, as she missed her princess too much. It turned out that the crown prince was scared that Ansi might abandon him, which made her feel a little sad upon revealing this fact. By speaking with such conviction that she knew the princess would never leave him, she felt increasingly distressed. So that the prince wouldn't have time to think anything additional, Ansi restrained herself and carefully examined the boy. Although Blake tried to hide it, his hands betrayed his strong trembling. Noticing this, the crown princess calmed her worried husband and assured him she had no intention of leaving him. Taking his hands, she decided to partially hint at the future and told him that if Blake found his true love in the future, she would disappear into the shadows. These words alerted the crown prince, who didn't fully understand their meaning. So he asked for clarification. Sighing, Ansi decided to reveal some of her secrets and explain that their marriage was sealed without his consent, only for political reasons. So when the crown prince grew older, he could choose his true love for himself. But she only saw the shining and loyal eyes of Blake, who affirmed that he only had Ansi as his wife. By exerting a little more pressure, the protagonist mentioned that when the prince grew up and got rid of the curse, he would be a man surrounded by women. But the boy proudly affirmed that for him, there was no woman more beautiful than his wife, which made her blush a little. Realizing that his wife was implying he might change his mind as he grew up, Blake declared that Ansi was his wife, and she would be his only husband. The boy insisted that he didn't need other girls and began to suspect that his beloved was attracted to other men. Realizing where the conversation was heading, the protagonist tenderly took the prince's hands to calm him down a bit. Then she said she needed only him, although it was a white lie, since only Diana could heal him. While Ancilla once again reflected on the correctness of her decision, the prince suddenly hugged her tightly. Squeezing tightly against the princess, Blake asked to stay with her until death, and apologized for his selfishness. Although Ancilla was emotionally mature, she couldn't hold back and tears began to fill her eyes. Tears poured out, and the girl shouted that she would not allow the crown prince to die. Moved, Blake immediately agreed and asked her not to cry, besides wiping away her tears with his sleeve. But at that significant and moving moment, the entrance door suddenly opened. A servant of the father appeared announcing the emperor's return to the palace. The news surprised him a little, but finally offered an opportunity to change Blake's destiny. The prince's father was the most powerful emperor in the entire history of the state. He returned to the palace and immediately headed for the throne room to take his rightful place. Sitting on the throne, Tenstan slowly placed his hand under his perfect face and thoughtfully looked around the entire place. The news of the emperor's return spread with joy throughout all the cities of the state. Blake, without showing excessive concern and maintaining calm, decided to inquire about his father's health. The butler reported to the prince that His Majesty was well and had successfully closed the door of darkness. Upon putting my mask back on, the crown prince said that this is what he had foreseen, since everyone knows his strength. After Blake put on the mask and turned around, he had no intention of taking a single step, which puzzled those present. The protagonist didn't understand why the young boy didn't want to meet his father. The silence was interrupted by the butler with the news that a blacksmith from the city had arrived to the princess with an order. This news couldn't help but make her happy. So with a smile on her face, she warned Blake that she would be away, but she would return soon. As soon as the prince looked at the protagonist, all sadness disappeared, and with a smile, he dismissed his wife, wishing Ancilla to be careful. As they walked down the long corridor with the butler, an air of loneliness floated, and a somewhat tense atmosphere was perceived. Waiting for the right moment, the servant revealed that he had lied to the protagonist, and that the intention was different. The princess immediately understood what had happened and decided to clarify whether the emperor himself wished to meet with her. The butler was surprised by Ancilla's cunning, although it was logical after everything she had achieved there. The blacksmith had only been a pretext, and in reality, the emperor did not wish to see Blake due to the curse. Worried about the princess, the butler supposed that Her Highness was upset by the large number of servant dismissals. As she got closer and closer to the place, the young woman supposed and hoped that Tinston was only pretending to be upset. To protect young Ansi, the butler proposed lying to the emperor and blaming the mistreatment she received. Such selflessness surprised the protagonist, as she understood that for that, he would be killed instantly if he were a common man without title. After carefully considering it, the crown princess turned to Hans, which surprised him a little. But he was preparing to object. The crown princess asked not to sacrifice his life without reason, because otherwise, who would support the crown prince? The butler, not understanding the reason for refusing help, was very agitated, since he was worried about the young lady's condition. Seeing Hans' distressed face, the protagonist asked him to calm down and trust her. The young man was surprised to see so much dedication and self-assurance from the young lady. After exhaling a sigh, the butler smiled widely and said he would obey and fulfill her will. The Empire of Light and its founder, Philip, who betrayed the goddess of light. So she cast a curse upon his descendants. In order to maintain the unity of the people and not weaken their faith, the imperial family conceals the fact with all their might. The goddess loves the empire, and, because of this, imposes a curse on the descendant of a tyrant with a fallen soul, so that everyone knows it. To protect his honor, the imperial family remains silent about what happened and blames the one who receives the curse. That's why rumors spread about the transmission of the curse, so Blake had to be dismissed immediately and sent to the South Island. But Tenston decided not to bother with the exile, as the boy would die anyway. So he sent him to a distant palace and ignored him, as a way of paying homage to his only son, thus showing his true feelings of affection for Blake and the desire to protect him as much as possible. As she approached the door, the princess gathered ideas and organized plans about what to say. And in what order. Ancilla couldn't help but feel uneasy, as she was meeting the emperor in person, with whom she had to speak. The guard announced the princess's arrival to Her Highness and let her enter the ruler's chambers. Walking through the hall, the protagonist dared not raise her head and was very nervous, so her hands trembled a little. Approaching the throne, the crown princess greeted the ruler of the great empire of light with a bow. Upon raising her head, she finally managed to see the majestic, cold, and impartial face of the emperor, with the same red eyes as Blake. Ancilla was so impressed by the majesty and perfect features of His Majesty that she couldn't believe what she saw. Her thoughts were immediately filled with the idea of how wonderful it would be if he were the protagonist of an adult romance. Denston replied that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and he wanted to know how the palace attendant ended up in jail. Organizing her thoughts, as she was prepared for that question, and Scylla replied that she had punished the butler for diverting the budget intended for the crown princess's palace. Hearing that, the Marquis could not contain himself and protested loudly, trying to defend his son's honor. In response to the accusations, His Majesty was presented with evidence that her words were true. Afterwards, the emperor began to carefully examine the papers brought to him as proof of the palace attendant's guilt. After reviewing all the information, Tenstan praised the young princess for her work, which surprised the Marquis. Refusing to accept it, the butler's father decided to defend his son to the end, and accused her of conspiracy, since his son could not have betrayed the empire. Scylla did not react to those shouts, and simply stated that while his son was eating a steak prepared by the imperial chef, the crown princess was eating spinach soup with other vegetables. She added, what loyalty could exist acting like that? The Marquis was furious at those words. The crown princess asked if the crown prince's squandering of money amounted to loyalty to the empire. The Marquis, not knowing what to say, clenched his fist and shouted at her for daring to say such a thing to him. The emperor was bored by those pathetic excuses and threats against his son's wife. He asked the butler's father if he wished to die. The man, not expecting those words, got goosebumps and decided to find out the reasons for such a question. Tenstan directed his penetrating and lethal gaze at the Marquis and warned him to choose his words carefully. Since it was not appropriate to speak like that to his daughter-in-law, the words left her stunned and made her cheeks flush. The Marquis, trembling with fear and trying to apologize, blamed the princess again, affirming that she was the one who first insulted his family. But as soon as the man moved, he instantly felt a cold and sharp edge against his neck. The emperor, with a serene but firm voice, asked where the Marquis was putting his hands. Adding coldness and threat to his tone, he clarified if he had already thought about hitting the crown prince's wife. The man tried to say something in his favor, but Tenstan had no intention of listening to more lies. The edge dug into the Marquis's neck, so, expecting the worst, he closed his eyes. Ansha, not wanting to see it and fearing blood, also closed her eyes tightly and looked away. While enduring all that, an imperial servant addressed her, which surprised her. He asked her to return to her chambers, so the protagonist decided to obey and leave the hall as soon as possible. The crown princess mentally pieced together the events that occurred here and tried to calm herself by all means. She was accompanied to the exit by Colin, and according to her memories, she understood that she could trust this person. After weighing all the pros and cons and thinking it over carefully, the princess put her hand in one of the pockets of her dress. She pulled out an electric blue sphere that shone under the light like stars in the sky. It was a small object. Colin was surprised and decided to find out what the protagonist was trying to convey. And for what purpose? It turned out to be a recording of Hamel's son's offenses directed at His Highness and at the girl herself. The boy was astonished by such detailed preparation, but the protagonist could not accuse the Marquis without such solid evidence. Colin was shocked to see that such a young girl had managed to achieve something so well planned. After bowing, he swore that he would deliver this evidence to His Majesty. In the end, Marquis Hamel had his hand cut off for trying to harm the princess, and his son had his tongue ripped out for illegally possessing imperial assets. Both were sentenced to 30 years in prison, and the Marquis family lost their title. Such a prestigious family with a rich history was immediately brought down, and nobody intervened in their favor in this incident. Even though Anisilla was the wife of the monster prince, no one hurried to help the former Marquis Hamel because they had crossed an invisible line. Over time, the protagonist determined the time when the emperor finished his state affairs. She also noticed that His Majesty continued to ignore Blake. Ansha thought that Tenstan also wanted to get rid of Marquis Hamel, and after his elimination, he would call her again. Offended by how things were going and that essentially nothing had changed, besides everything returning to normal, the princess abruptly rose from the table, lightly hitting it. She could not accept that relationship between father and son, so she considered how to solve this pending problem. Then, addressing Melis, the protagonist asked for her carriage to be brought as she was heading to Filian Palace. The maid, worried about Ansha, told her that if she wished to see His Highness, she must first request an audience. But the princess, on the contrary, explained that if she did it that way, she would get a rejection. So bring the carriage, and she would go to see him herself. And after a short time, the carriage arrived at the palace, and Ansha was ready to start her journey. Hurriedly putting on her clothes, eager to finish everything as quickly as possible. The girl quickly got into the carriage. But suddenly, the protagonist felt someone grab her coat and not let go. The crown princess decided to turn around, eager to identify who or what was trying to stop her. Surprisingly, it turned out to be the crown prince, who had stopped her right in front of the carriage. And he didn't want to let go. Blake worried about how his wife was traveling in such a hurry, so he decided to ask her what was wrong. Smiling and slightly blushing, the protagonist opted to lie and said she was briefly going to the square. But this time, she couldn't fool Blake, who immediately understood that Ansha was preparing to visit the emperor. Acting as if nothing had happened and maintaining her radiant smile, the princess promised to return soon. The crown prince affirmed that he would travel with her, as he wished to protect his wife. And for that, he needed to be close. The protagonist hesitated for a moment whether everything would turn out well if they acted like this, and arrived at the palace together. Putting aside her doubts, the princess agreed to take Blake, which filled her with joy. So Anzia took the crown prince's hand and led him to the carriage to sit together on the seats. That's why her joy and happiness reached the sky, illuminating her surroundings with her sweet and radiant smile. The princess trusted the emperor's love for his son, but also understood that she could not call him because of the curse. So if Blake arrives himself, Tenso will not throw them out and will allow them to enter the chambers. A little later, they arrived at the imposing gray castle of the emperor, which clearly stood out among the others. It was best to go directly to the emperor's resting room. Approaching the door, a guard cut off their path with no intention of letting them pass into Tenzon's room. The guard indicated that if an audience had not been requested beforehand, they could not enter, slightly pushing them backward. Ansia did not falter and immediately made a complaint about the guard's audacity in touching the princess in that manner. The bald guard was surprised by such words, as he did not expect a response from such a young lady. Even Blake was very tense at that moment. But the princess, as if nothing had happened, proposed to move on without stopping. To calm his nervousness a little and not give anxiety time, the protagonist firmly squeezed the prince's hand. She confidently entered the room without knocking, where Emperor Tenshan was resting after his state affairs. Not even the head of state expected visitors, so drops of water were running down his body. It turned out that His Highness had just stepped out of the shower, so he appeared before the children wearing only a towel. A certain annoyance and awkwardness were reflected on his face, as he had not expected these children in his room. Seeing His Majesty's impressive body, Anzia went into shock and blushed upon discovering he was even more handsome than in the throne room. Tenshan showed no emotion and calmly and rationally asked what had happened for them to come. But the protagonist did not answer, as she was completely absorbed in observing the emperor's magnificent body. The perfect abdomen almost made Anzia drool, reminding her that the romance was for adults. Not understanding what was happening or getting an answer, the emperor repeated the question. Realizing she had to react, the heroine decided to act as a bridge between him and his son, so she started with a compliment. No matter how hard Ansia tried, she couldn't get the beauty of His Majesty out of her mind. So she hastily praised the perfection of the emperor's abdomen. Tenshan and the protagonist were both bewildered, as they couldn't understand what nonsense had just come out. Realizing what the princess had said, he fell into a deep blush and tried to justify himself and apologized to the ruler. This awkward situation only increased the emperor's confusion, who didn't understand what was happening. Ansiang, still blushing, apologized again, as her words and behavior were related to having seen a male body for the first time. Blake fell into a state of discouragement upon understanding that he was not considered a worthy man. The protagonist almost cried desperately, thinking that after so much effort, The attempt to improve the relationship had failed. Tired of observing that uncomfortable situation, the emperor decided to get their attention with a slight clearing of his throat. After that, he took his beautiful green kimono so as not to make the young lady more uncomfortable. He also announced that it was not the right time to talk, eager to dismiss them. Showing his displeasure, Tenstan tightly tied his belt over his perfect abdomen. Hearing his words and observing his actions, the protagonist concluded that her situation was now hopeless. While Anseong sank into her reflections, the crown prince carefully watched his father. Tenstan, without uttering a word, directed his gaze towards his son, showing evident interest. And watching him closely, the young crown prince looked at his father with an expectant expression, hoping for at least warm words. But the emperor said nothing, only lowered his eyes full of sadness, in which heavy thoughts were reflected. Adjusting his kimono, he also announced in a somewhat irritated tone that he would call them later. Upset by the situation, Anseong replied worriedly to the prince that, in that case, they would leave. The princess was the first to leave the room, and Blake, after staying a little longer, announced his departure in a very sad tone. The two children returned to their palace in complete silence, burdened with restless ideas. The most absolute silence reigned through the hallways, as if wanting to increase the tension. The protagonist watched the crown prince sadly, while he remained silent. Blake seemed dejected. Who would be happy after not seeing their father for so long, and being sent back just like that? Ansie forced a smile, and, after exhaling, decided to ask if His Highness was tired after the journey. Then she received an answer in Blake's deep and sad voice, who admitted to being tired and needing rest. The crown prince let go of the princess's hand for the first time and hurried away. Blake asked Edon to accompany him, which surprised him. But he followed immediately. The prince ran to his room and closed the door to get away from the curious ones. The protagonist was deeply distressed by everything that happened and feared the impact on him. Ansha asked Edon to watch Blake, but he replied that there was no reason to worry. The guard quickly caught up with him. He entered his chambers and closed the door behind him. Blake remained silent in the room, overwhelmed by thoughts about the day and the situation. Edon decided to find out the mission entrusted by His Highness, something unusual for Blake. Finally, emerging from his dark thoughts, the crown prince focused on the guard. The prince approached the servants with complete seriousness and clearly ordered him to quickly remove his shirt in front of him. The unexpected and strange request momentarily disconcerted Edon, but in the end, he agreed to comply. Obeying the order, the guard obediently removed his uniform and left it carelessly on the table. The scene deeply impacted the young crown prince, as he did not expect to see such a beautiful sight. Edon, as expected, had a very toned and worked body, as appropriate for a soldier. Blake asked him interestedly how such a body was achieved, which greatly disconcerted the guard. The crown prince wanted to know this because he remembered Anxia's reaction to the emperor's body. He didn't like that his wife had been shocked upon seeing a semi-naked man. And muscular, since he was also a man. That's why he insisted that he wanted abs like that, since his stomach was sticking out. To calm the crown prince, Edon told him that His Highness had nothing outstanding, which gave him hope. But then he shattered his illusion by saying that Blake had a cute baby belly. Although those words didn't help him at all. At that same moment, in another palace, the emperor was sitting in his office, reading documents. Due to what happened today and lately, certain thoughts about Anxia arose in Tenstan. Meanwhile, the next day, at night, the sounds of splashing water could be heard from the crown prince's room. After bathing with Blake, the protagonist dried his beautiful white hair with a towel. The crown prince quickly turned his head after drying it, and Anisha was slightly annoyed by such behavior. The princess, with a smile on her face, asked him not to hide from her and to look her directly in the eyes. Uncomfortable because of something he was thinking, the crown prince obeyed the protagonist. But he covered his abdomen with a towel to further boost his spirits. Anisha said that tomorrow her kitchenware would be ready, and she could cook many delicious things. But Blake refused and affirmed that he had no muscles like a man, so he would train. Now the protagonist understood that the reasons for his behavior were due to how she had reacted to the Emperor's body. That's why, shouting that she also wanted a flat abdomen and that the boy wouldn't eat. The crown prince jumped onto her bed. Trying to calm him, Anija wanted to say once again that she liked him with his cute belly. But without letting her finish, the prince shrieked offendedly that he didn't have a child's belly. The princess was intrigued by how the boy guessed what she was going to say, so she decided to prepare something to calm the hurt child. After that, Anisha unexpectedly shouted that she would attack the prince, which scared the young master. The inherited princess tickled Blake until he begged for mercy. And clearly cheered up. Taking advantage of the moment and the closeness with the crown prince, the protagonist hugged him. After that, she told him that she liked him just as he was, and that what worried Anisha most was his highness's health. If he wants to surpass the princess in height, he needs to eat well and correctly. Smiling with joy and happiness, Blake promised that he would heed his wife's words. Looking at the young crown prince, the protagonist couldn't help but admire how adorable he seemed. Seeing such a genuine smile, the girl's spirits lifted, as that meant the prince's heart had lightened. At that moment, the mysterious man dressed in a black cloak returned to the emperor. Long as the flight. His hair was the same color as his cloak, and he had magical and seductive purple eyes. Ethan arrived to His Highness to receive another order, and prepared to fulfill it immediately. Whatever it was. Tenston had ordered him to watch these children, so he decided to ask him what he had observed so far. Lowering his gaze, Ethan hurried his report. As soon as Blake and Ansi finished bathing, both went asleep. The emperor was deeply interested in the princess, as she stood out extraordinarily. But the main reason he was interested in that girl was the immediately visible change in the crown prince. Blake seemed to have abandoned his old image, and his hunched body stood straight, firmly holding Ansi's hand. His always empty eyes had transformed into bright and lively ones. Something that was surprising. Reading Colin's report about the princess, the emperor noted that it was full of praise, without complaints or coldness. But that wasn't enough, so Tenshin decided to interrogate Ethan about his opinion of the princess. And tell him what he had observed during the month. The emperor was absent to close the door of darkness. He received a surprisingly fast and sure answer, agreeing that the girl could be trusted and that she was a good person. By order of the emperor, Ethan secretly watched for a month how the crown prince lived. He was monitoring the servants who oppressed the boy and being ready to act if the spell intensified when Tenston used the power of light. But at one point, he forgot his objective and only watched Ansia, a very intelligent person. And kind. If someone so bright had been with Ethan, his life could have changed. That's why he became envious of the prince. Hearing the report, the emperor slightly diverted his head and commented that he didn't expect such an answer. Ethan worried that His Highness might get angry about such an answer. After reflecting, Tenston replied that if his man considered her so, she had a good quality for a young lady. The emperor also noticed that Ethan was smiling for the first time in a long time. And the next day, his subordinate went to observe the crown prince's palace. Ansha finally received her long-awaited camisot and hurried to show it to Blake. The crown prince was surprised by the new rarity, as he had never seen anything like it. And he observed it for a long time. Everyone was impressed by the young crown princess's knowledge of Eastern culture. So they began to call her a genius. Hearing such words and the praise of her intelligence, Ansha blushed, feeling very embarrassed by the compliment. After rolling up her sleeves, the protagonist announced that today she would prepare a truly delicious dish. Melissa immediately worried, as it was not appropriate for the princess to cook herself. So Ansher accepted help, to which Blake enthusiastically joined, with a wide smile and selecting everyone who would help her that day. The princess was very happy. Along the way, they met 3 people led by Colin, which surprised the young lady. They immediately greeted the imperial blessing of the prince and the princess. But they made them hesitate. Noticing Blake's agitation, he decided to find out the reason for his visit and what had happened. Colin reported that he had come by order of His Majesty to invite them to the Emperor. Ansha was surprised and self-conscious, as she was still embarrassed by how she had behaved the previous time. So she clarified whether she really had to go too, and received an affirmative answer. Furthermore, they handed her an envelope. The imperial family crest appeared on it. But due to her previous mistake, she didn't understand the reasons. Also, His Majesty gave gifts to both children, so they were invited into the castle to inspect them. Upon entering the castle and waiting a while, they actively began bringing various gifts from His Majesty into the room. If Blake was confused, Anzia became self-conscious upon receiving gifts directly from the Emperor for the first time. But there were so many that the protagonist supposed it was a mistake in quantity. Colin sighed lightly and adjusted his glasses, saying it was not an oversight. Once all the gifts were piled up, he cheerfully announced that they had all been made personally for His Royal Highness. The prince and the princess. Anzia was looking for a trap, since she believed the Emperor had no reason to give her any gifts. For a moment, she thought Tinston had simply cheered up due to her praise of the press. But she immediately tried to come down from the clouds. After calming down, the protagonist informed Kalina that they would arrive on time at the palace. To prepare for such an important meeting, Anzia decided to dress up and fully arm herself. Fully made up, the protagonist turned out as beautiful and elegant as a doll. Melissa was also impressed by that incomparable look, but her comment was interrupted by the butler, who came to pick her up. Turning around, Ansi suddenly noticed that the crown prince was already waiting behind her. So the protagonist took the opportunity to ask if the suit looked good on her. Seeing her, Blake froze and couldn't utter a word. He only blushed, as he had never seen such beauty. Regaining composure, he told her that not only did it suit her well, but the princess was gorgeous and radiant. Laughing a little at her husband, the protagonist suggested they leave, as they were ready. Holding hands, they stood for a moment looking into each other's eyes, creating an almost magical scene. After a while in the carriage, the crown prince and the princess finally arrived at the meeting place. Inside the castle, there was a beautiful garden, and His Majesty was sitting at the table with teacups served. Tenston was slowly drinking one of them, waiting for the arrival of his guests. Against the background of blooming carnations, the Emperor looked even more handsome, as the color of his eyes stood out. Although his face was extraordinarily beautiful, a certain irritation due to the prolonged wait was noticeable. The garden was immense, and most of it was covered by a dazzling portico. In it, water channels ran where plants bloomed, giving a very pleasant aroma inside. Finally, the female protagonist entered, who looked very good in contrast to that garden. The Emperor was happy that his tedious waiting was finally over and the guests had arrived. This time, Ancilla does not intend to make mistakes and carefully greeted Tinston. After hearing her, the ruler of these lands proposed she sit at the table with him. Even the Emperor noticed the beauty of this young lady, so he resolved to offer a brief compliment. The cheerful female protagonist thanked him for those words and for the gifts made for her, especially for the golden ball. Observing her words, His Highness slightly diverted his gaze and decided to ask if the princess really liked gold. The protagonist was surprised by the question, as the Emperor had pointed out the gold. Not the ball, but she was barely 10 years old. So she hurried to clarify that she liked that ball because the crown prince could use it. The Emperor heard those words. Did she care about the crown prince? To which she confidently, directly and maturely replied that it was natural, as Blake is her husband. Timston decided to change the subject and asked how the princess could like that child. After pausing, taking a sip, and placing the cup down, Ancilla replied that she wanted to ask the Emperor, "Are there people who sincerely hate this young crown prince because of the curse?" These words created tension in the atmosphere and a moment of silence, as if before a storm. The Emperor, with a heavy look, told the protagonist that many scorn him. But before finishing, Ancilla interrupted him and affirmed that it was the fault of false rumors. Also, the girl assured that the crown prince surely liked her a lot. Noticing the princess for not following protocol, the Emperor also reminded her that Blake is the heir to the curse. But with complete certainty, the protagonist proclaimed that, above all, he is her son. Not a beast. So the question arose to the emperor why Ansha is so sure that the boy likes her. Not receiving an immediate answer, Tinston gave the princess a penetrating look. Awaiting an answer. Trying to find a good answer, the protagonist carefully pondered her next words. Then she affirmed that if the emperor didn't like the son and daughter-in-law, he wouldn't have sent them gifts. Adopting an even colder expression, Tinston said it was just a token of gratitude for the help with the marquis. Hearing the answer, and without losing momentum, Anzia also recalled how His Highness forgave her previous rude behavior. The emperor decided to pretend that none of it happened, and the protagonist chose to play along. So she replied that she was so disoriented that she barely remembers what happened. Therefore, the emperor smiled for the first time and recognized the girl's courage, to which she responded with a sweet laugh. Ending this conversation, His Highness called the servants to bring various sweets with the tea. The protagonist lost some composure at the exquisite beauty of all those desserts. And she didn't know which one to try first. So, carefully, she tried one of the many desserts presented to her. The sweets were so beautiful that she was already anticipating their intense flavor. Upon trying them, Anzia was amazed and exclaimed about the unforgettable taste of that delicacy. But barely a moment later, her cheerful gaze suddenly turned sad. Putting down the fork, the protagonist assured that the crown prince would have loved it too. Such an attitude couldn't help but surprise the emperor, as he didn't expect him to think of his son at such a moment. Therefore, while finishing his cup of tea, he affirmed that those dishes would also be served in the crown prince's palace. Those words brought the protagonist back from sadness, so she decided to ask if it was true. Then Anzia thanked the emperor for such generosity, with a sincere smile. That he couldn't help but make him smile. That harmony and pleasant atmosphere lasted a little longer, limiting themselves to exchanging sporadic glances. As Tenshin prepared another cup of tea, he decided to inquire about the princess's knowledge of Eastern culture. That caused her some tension, as everything about her was already known, although she expected it. Since otherwise it would seem strange. So, Anzi clarified that she was not an expert, only that she was interested in the subject. The emperor indicated that finding information about Eastern culture nowadays is difficult enough. The protagonist understood that Tenzan would find it strange that a 10-year-old girl possessed such an amount of knowledge. The girl approached the emperor to surprise him even more with her skills. The man did not understand why the princess had decided to approach him so closely. He joined his hands in front of his lips and began to whisper his hidden and incredible secret. Then she revealed to the emperor that she knew many different languages, information that deeply surprised Tenzan. Therefore, the man decided to confirm if it was true or if the girl was lying, since something like that was unlikely in a creature. The princess reaffirmed her words and said she knew all the languages in the world. But the emperor found it impossible to believe. The girl, enthusiastically, affirmed with enthusiasm that she could do it and sincerely smiled at His Majesty. The emperor looked at the princess with surprise, not knowing how to respond to such a bold affirmation. He decided to ask her exactly what she had said, completely forgetting the cup of tea left on the saucer. The girl explained that, being his daughter-in-law, that meant His Majesty was her father-in-law. The emperor gave her a gentle smile and, laughing slightly, accepted Ansi's words. Since they were true, Tenzan considered that with the imminent wedding many complications would arise, so he proposed that they not hesitate to turn to him. Hearing this good news, the protagonist felt even more encouraged and immediately responded to the emperor's words. By accepting Tenzan's help, the crown princess warned that she would now visit often. After receiving the treatment, the young lady hurriedly returned to her palace to surprise her husband with new dishes. The protagonist prepared amazing Eastern dishes again that no one had ever seen. Ansha listed the names of all the exotic dishes, which impressed those present with her skill and beauty. Worried that not everyone would like the new dishes, the princess hurried to sit at the table and try them. It turned out that her worries were unfounded. Blake, as always, was enthusiastic. And Edon also valued them, calling the princess a culinary genius. The protagonist asked them to be careful, as the dishes were still very hot. And they could get burned. At that moment, from a window, a known young man dressed in black attire with purple eyes observed their meal. Observing them, Ethan couldn't help but smile, which made him blush, as he didn't understand what feelings were invading him. But he couldn't join them, as no one should know about the existence of the Emperor's shadow. If Tenso hadn't saved him when he was wounded by an arrow and pursued by soldiers, he would already be dead. Since he owed a debt for his unexpected rescue, he became a shadow and faithfully carried out orders, never failing. But for the first time, his curiosity overcame him, and he longed to taste those delicious dishes. A delicious aroma came from the exotic tableware, until Ethan couldn't hold back anymore. His curiosity stemmed from the fact that he had tasted all possible delicacies following the Emperor. But he had never seen anything like it. He decided to try at least one spoonful to understand why the Crown Prince was so enthusiastic. Ethan felt terribly uncomfortable thinking that he was endangering the mission because of a dish. He realized that that camisot was very similar to the one his mother used, which caused him a lot of doubt. Lifting the lid, even more intense and tempting aromas escaped. Ethan experienced mixed emotions due to excitement and skepticism. He knew he was about to commit total madness. But suddenly, a loud, cracking noise in the hallway put him in a state of panic. He decided to hide immediately. The protagonist was returning to her camisot and was surprised to notice something unusual. The Crown Princess felt confused. She didn't remember leaving the lid aside and was sure it had only opened slightly. Looking around, Anzia noticed a cat with eyes surprisingly similar to Ethan's. The tenderness of that furry creature made her smile widely. She supposed the cat had opened the camisot. Making a gesture of complicity, Ethan showed his big eyes, so the protagonist believed the cat wanted to eat. Ansi wanted to give it milk, but the cat clearly pointed out that it wanted what was in the container. The princess doubted whether cats in that region ate anything like that, while Ethan insisted with signs that this was what he wanted. With a wide smile, the young lady picked up that adorable creature and finally decided to give it some food. Setting the cat on the ground, Anzia placed the food in a small container and lowered it to the animal. Ethan immediately jumped at the contents of the plate and didn't stop eating for an instant, as if he hadn't eaten for all eternity. The protagonist was surprised that someone could let a celestial creature starve. So she supposed that if the cat had an owner, he was evil. Ansisa picked up the cat again and began to playfully pet it. Furthermore, she declared that if it didn't have an owner, she would be its owner. Ethan was very uncomfortable with the whole situation, since his action had caused the princess to accidentally offend the Emperor. Noticing that his wife was delayed, the Crown Prince hurried his departure to find out the causes. The protagonist smiled openly when telling that she had found a black cat. And Ethan became nervous upon meeting Blake. The Crown Prince said that he shouldn't hold the cat like that, but the girl didn't understand the reasons. They seemed to like each other. The cat behaved very relaxed, which earned it a serious and cold reprimand that it was a cat. The protagonist approached Ethan and was a little surprised to realize that it was a cat. To be sure, she suggested verifying if her cat was male, which shocked Ethan. Immediately after, he abruptly broke free from Ansisa's arms and tried to hastily hide among the nearest bushes. The princess was shocked by the unexpected reaction and could only watch as the cat disappeared before her eyes. Even though the cat was gone, the protagonist sighed sadly, as she had fallen for that adorable little animal, and wished to meet him again. After a while, the Crown Princess hurried to prepare herself and attend the Emperor's presence. He was surprised by the unexpected arrival of his daughter-in-law and guessed that something had happened. Anxia hurriedly reminded him that she could visit him anytime and call him father. His Highness replied that he simply did not expect such an early visit and asked what had happened. The princess explained that she had prepared something in camisot and therefore proposed that they at least try her creation. He was surprised that a young lady would do such a thing, and he also liked the pleasant aroma emanating from it. The emperor carefully raised the cup to his lips, and Anxia's heart almost stopped with emotion. After tasting it, Tenzan gave a dry and cold evaluation, limiting himself to saying it was an unusual taste. The protagonist worried, thinking that His Highness didn't like her creation. But the emperor hurried to calm Anxia and assured her that everything was fine, and that he had loved it. Relieved, the princess announced that, since Tenzan liked it, she would cook more often and visit him. After concluding the audience with His Highness, the crown princess finally returned to her chambers at dusk. The castle was growing dark, and sounds of servants lighting candles came from the hallway. Lying in bed, the heroine sighed in relief, as she had been exhausted for days. What made Anxia happiest was seeing the cute black cat she found and fed. While the princess was daydreaming, the crown prince stealthily approached and sat on the bed. Intrigued by his attitude, the young lady sat up and asked what the prince desired. Joining his hands on his knees, Blake looked Anxia in the eyes and with a bright look meowed sweetly. The protagonist didn't understand what was happening, but she was very surprised and blushed at so much tenderness. The crown prince decided that, since his wife loves kittens, he also wants to become one. And then he hugged her. The boy asked why the princess needed another companion animal if he was always by her side. His Highness also affirmed that he intends to be a rabbit, a cat, a puppy. The main thing is that Anxia is not looking for other animals. Rubbing against the protagonist's soft and warm hands, Blake made a desperately tender look. Then he smiled and meowed again. The crown princess was shocked. She lost the ability to speak for a moment, as she didn't expect something like that. The young lady, unable to hold back anymore, began to hug and caress Blake, shouting how adorable the prince was. The boy, satisfied with the results, laughed sweetly and cheerfully, thinking that he managed to make the princess react this way. At that moment, in the Casilla manor, the butler brought a report from the imperial palace. This report was addressed to Richard, the duke's son, who studied it thoroughly. Shocked by what he read, the boy couldn't understand what was happening and how it was possible to give away Eastern food. Dresses, precious stones, and even mana stones, the emperor gives gifts to Anxia very frequently. Richard didn't understand how the princess had managed to interest the emperor, whom he adored deeply. The duke's son made many efforts to get his attention, but all was in vain. While this girl obtained the emperor and the monster prince, he didn't understand how the princess could have changed so suddenly. That's why he deeply regretted not having accepted the feelings of that naive boy. The princess pursued him tirelessly, but changed suddenly after the marriage. That's why Richard called her an insensitive woman. But for that very reason, the duke's son didn't want to give up. The harder something is to get, the more desired it becomes. He decided to do everything to have her, as he longed to take advantage of her. A short time after reviewing the report, his father called Richard to his chambers. He seemed like a very authoritarian and distinguished man, clearly angry for some reason. As soon as his son entered and closed the door, Duke Castle picked up the figurine and threw it at him. The impact against the wall shattered it to pieces, and some splinters grazed Richard, who didn't understand what was happening. Furious, the Duke reprimanded him with the same intensity with which he had always assured that he fulfilled his duty. The emperor sends her gifts, and she frequently visits the imperial palace. They will even attend a splendid imperial ball together, organized in honor of the sealing ceremony. It is the most important celebration of the empire, in honor of His Highness's return, and the sealing of the doors of darkness. And what will happen if at that party Tensatan takes the crown princess's hand and walks with her through the hall? Delegates from all nations will attend, and with that gesture, the emperor will publicly demonstrate that he values the crown prince. That's why Blake's position will naturally strengthen, and Richard then wondered what he should do. Blaming his son for all the misfortunes, Castle called him incompetent and affirmed that the blood of an inferior deer cannot be fooled. Although Richard was very angry at those words, he did his best to contain himself and not step aside. After careful thought, the boy said that, in theory, there is a way to change this desperate situation. Duke Castle's son explained that Anzia has always suffered from a lack of paternal love. So it is worth negotiating with Count Balasian. If the Count gives them support, they can take possession of the protagonist and do whatever they want with her. After reflecting and listening to his son's proposals, Castle smiled and said that the plan is worth trying. In Anzia's memories, Count Balasian was a true tyrant who had to pretend to be a good father out of etiquette. That man frequently beat his daughter and got annoyed by having to visit her every time she was sick. The protagonist constantly tried to apologize to her father to avoid receiving more beatings, even if she was really sick. But such behavior only irritated him more, so he called her a disgrace to the family. He affirmed that Anzia was born into his family only because their houses joined for money. And his bones still freeze when he remembers his mother. The girl crying tried to beg for forgiveness, while the Count demanded that if she truly felt it, she should die right there. Although she didn't understand why she had offended her father so much, she kept trying to apologize relentlessly. It turned out to be a dream of the protagonist that made her cry, and it was Blake who woke her up. The Crown Prince was very worried about his wife and tried to find out if everything was all right, and if she hadn't had a nightmare. Reflecting on what she had seen, she sincerely decided to consider it a bad dream. And she communicated it to the prince. Ansha understood that it was not just a dream, but terrible and frightening memories from the past. While the protagonist tried to calm down, the Crown Prince couldn't calm down. And he wanted to do something to help. He blamed himself again and attributed the bad dream precisely to his proximity. To calm Blake down, Anzia grabbed him by the neck and squeezed him silently against her chest. With a tearful face and slightly trembling lips, the princess uttered words about how pleasant it was to be with him. Although the protagonist proposed in a calmer tone to rest together, young Blake had his own heavy thoughts. The Crown Prince felt self-conscious about that act and moment, but he did not resist, and decided to obey his wife. Meanwhile, at Count Balasiano's estate, they gathered for dinner at night and discussed family matters. The Count's wife said that His Highness had reserved the most famous aristocratic workshops for the princess. So upon hearing this, her daughter got angry and cried inconsolably, to which the man agreed. Also, that woman heard that the emperor had also gifted Ansha purple rubies. Upon hearing this news, the protagonist's father fell into a state of shock, since he hadn't heard anything about it and didn't understand what was happening. His daughter hadn't written, since she was sent instead of Diana to the monster prince. And the Count's emotions hurt him so much that he clenched his hand. He didn't understand how such a despicable child had pleased the emperor, but he was also glad to be able to benefit from it now. While Velasian reflected on what benefit he could gain from his daughter, the butler carefully approached him. The servant hurried to inform him that His Highness, the Duke, requested him for an immediate meeting. Hearing this, he hurried to meet Castle, just as he had anticipated the reason why he had been called. The Duke was already waiting for him in the room, who greeted him cheerfully, as they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The Count nodded slightly, moving his head, agreeing with the man's words. Sitting with a wide smile, Balasian understood that they treated him this way only because his daughter had pleased the emperor himself, since before they ignored him. The Count also recounted his joy for the care His Highness showed towards Ansi. And Arnold watched him tremble for his daughter. He replied with a slight smile that his concern was natural, as his daughter was very obedient, and she would even be willing to die if he ordered it. The Duke observed that it was surprising to provide such a rare and quality education to a child these days. And therefore, Arnold decided to ask about the talents of the second daughter, who surely would not yield in skills. Count Balasian affirmed that Ansi was no match for that child, and that Diana was truly his pride. Taking his words, the Duke affirmed that if she was so outstanding, he wished to see her as his daughter-in-law. This proposal turned out to be extremely unexpected and surprising, as he hadn't thought of it. Greed immediately arose in his mind, because if Diana married the Duke's son, in the future, he could become the Empress's father-in-law. But Arnold did not rush the matter and wished, first of all, to assess the quality of the education the Count had given them. After that, Castle fell, and with a mischievous smile, slowly picked up the teacup and took a sip. At that moment, Count Balasian's greed was evident even in his eyes, and he promised to deliver the results shortly. The protagonist was still upset by the memories that had come to her since reading in a book, and experiencing it firsthand were completely different things. The princess didn't understand how her father could shout like that and say those things to his own son. The young lady felt sorry for her, as she knew that Ansi had to endure a lot in the past. Now she understood that precisely the father had pushed her to jump into the water, which is why the murderer was indirectly the Count. While the protagonist was recovering and clearing her mind, Melissa entered her room. At that unfortunate moment, Count Velasiana arrived to visit her, and the princess led him to the guest room. The man, being in the room, became angrier every minute he spent there. He thought that, upon learning of his arrival, his daughter should have rushed out to greet him, not making him wait. The Count opined that he had to teach her manners again, as she had been waiting for more than 55 minutes. Finally, after the prolonged wait, a loud creak of the door opening was heard. Velasian immediately started shouting at his daughter, furious about being so late. But one look was enough to stop his boasting, as he was completely taken aback. In front of him appeared the daughter in all her splendor, beautiful and covered in jewels. There were many ornaments, including pink diamonds, and he had never seen so much on her. What struck him most was Ansha's confident gaze, which made him doubt if it was really the same child. With complete calm and disinterest, the protagonist asked why they had come to see her. The Count pointed out his daughter's audacity and reminded her if she had already forgotten how to receive a father. The man was very offended by the insolence's increased self-esteem. But Melissa asked him to control his manners in the presence of His Highness. Balasian was offended and protested, wondering how a servant dared to interrupt the conversation when the princess's father was speaking. Ansha couldn't stand or listen anymore and asked the Count to stop speaking ill of his people. Without letting him say a word, the protagonist warned that, if the man continued to behave badly, she would leave. Forgetting formalities and shouting in fury, Velasian raised his hand towards his daughter. But Ansha stopped him by mentioning the story of the sad Marquis Hamel and his son. With this, she veiledly threatened him with the same punishment suffered by the Marquis. Realizing all this, Count Velasian filled with furious anger, because the one he had always controlled had risen against him. He remembered that Hamel, for trying to attack the princess, lost his hand and his title. Now he completely understood that he was no longer facing the child he knew, but the wife of the crown prince, with an unparalleled rank. Realizing that his daughter was now using her power, the Count tried to apologize, and wanted to know why she showed him so much indifference. Without giving him an answer, the protagonist declared that Balasian must immediately leave the palace, and not dare to appear again in the prince's palace. And she added that today she would let him go, but that the next time there would be no mercy. The father tried to say something and approach, but the guard was already holding his hands. After this, the guard began to expel the Count, who insisted on asking for a dialogue with his daughter. And he resisted. The protagonist, despite feeling very embarrassed by what happened, became angrier. The young lady understood that, due to the gift from Empress Anija, her father had decided to take advantage of her. So she didn't want to see him. After this incident, Count Balasian continued to send letters to the princess, but she ignored them. At that moment, the protagonist had no time to worry about her father, as she was completely busy preparing for the sealing ceremony. Although she had no problems with the protocol, unfortunately, dancing proved very difficult. Dance teachers taught Anisha daily to the point that her head spun. And in one more clumsy move, the protagonist tripped and fell to the floor, hitting herself hard, which worried everyone around her, who immediately rushed towards the princess offering help. The young lady was extremely embarrassed, wishing to hide in a corner and be alone. After that stumble, the teacher, seeing that Anisha was tired, decided to end the class and left the room. Sighing, the protagonist worried enormously about her clumsy movements. And inappropriate, and also about how she would look at the ceremony. But her sadness and heavy thoughts were interrupted by a furry creature she accidentally noticed. Sitting on her knees, she called this adorable little cat into her arms to hug it and pamper it. Ansi was happy that, even today, the kitten had come to watch her intense dance classes. The princess asked him if he had seen her falls, but Ethan had noticed everything. And he knew perfectly well why it happened that way. But his answer could only be a meow, and the girl felt completely depressed, since she had decided that dancing was not for her. The protagonist decided to ask if she could manage it, receiving another meow. But that cheered her up. Since the kitten managed to cheer up Ansia, she decided to thank him by sharing one of her dishes with him. Upon entering the kitchen, the princess served her food to the cat, who devoured it avidly. At this adorable scene, the protagonist couldn't help but smile and feel happy. At that moment, Blake entered the kitchen, smiling and wiping sweat with a towel. From his appearance, Ansia supposed that the crown prince had just arrived from his fencing class with Edon. It turned out that the princess's guess was correct, but Blake was more worried that the girl was hugging someone else. He didn't understand why the cat was still near his wife, but the girl quickly reassured him and asked him for a little love for animals. But it turned out that the crown prince perceived it differently and considered that the cat didn't resemble an authentic one much. And the closer His Highness got to the cats, the more intensely he felt something strange and inexplicable. He decided to catch the cat, and slowly and carefully brought his hand closer to pet it a little. Ethan understood that it smelled like fried food. If he stayed a little longer, they would discover him. So he fled again. The protagonist was surprised again by such a reaction, as if the kitten was avoiding Blake or felt danger. Preventing the princess from going after him, the crown prince gently held his wife by her white hand. Then he decided to find out why the girl was always focusing on other males. Laughing, Ansia only smiled and said there was no reason to worry, as it was just a kitten. The crown prince got angry thinking that he wasn't enough for her as a male. So he supposed she no longer liked rabbits but liked kittens. That's why he held his wife's hands and meowed. Faced with so much tenderness, the protagonist couldn't resist and completely melted, shouting that she liked everything about her husband. And catching her in thought, the girl decided to ask the boy to fulfill her small wish. She was surprised to see that the crown prince immediately accepted, without even knowing what she was asking. But Blake only smiled widely and laughed a little, affirming that he could fulfill any wish of his wife. Hearing such bold statements, Ansia grabbed his hand so he couldn't evade her answer. The princess made her request. She needed help dancing before the holy festival. A little blushing, the protagonist also said she wanted to dance her first dance with the prince. Those words couldn't help but pierce Blake's small heart, which beat wildly at that moment. Ansia said she wanted to ask when she got better at dancing, but in 10 days, she hadn't made any progress. The princess worried about stepping on young Blake's feet, but he assured her it wouldn't hurt, since his wife was a fairy. Hearing those beautiful words, the protagonist blushed and felt a little embarrassed. Although she kept smiling, she decided to clarify, laughing a little, that they considered her a fairy, to which the crown prince happily nodded with a wide smile. Therefore, a spark passed between them for an instant, and the two children couldn't take their eyes off each other. Then, Ansi let go of the crown prince's hands, slightly nervous in front of him, and very embarrassed. Adjusting the grip in her own way for dancing, the princess proposed starting their lessons immediately. Blake didn't expect it to happen so soon, so he blushed and got embarrassed. After calming down, gathering his thoughts and exhaling, the boy gently took hold and carefully held Ansi's hands. Then, confidently and looking him in the eyes, he guided the princess in their first shared training dance. At that moment, the scene between them floated with pink petals and butterflies. But the moment didn't last long, and the protagonist stumbled on the prince's foot, falling on top of him. She felt very embarrassed by her clumsiness, but the prince reacted calmly and tried to cheer up his wife. The girl noticed the prince's high skills in dance, so she decided to ask more about it. Blake hadn't taken dance classes, he only watched Ansie's lessons, so it hurt the girl even more. The crown prince calmed his wife and asked her to relax, because everything would turn out well for her, always maintaining a smile. Afterwards, the protagonist took another step, and they continued their dance lesson in the kitchen. This time, everything seemed different, as the tension accumulated over time was slowly dissipating. So they spent the rest of the day together, repeating the dance over and over. And those romantic activities lasted until dawn, when the moon had already risen in the sky. Ansia was still blushing from his skills and sighed heavily, but they managed to dance well at least once. Blake begged the princess not to put too much pressure on herself, since His Majesty, the Emperor, dances much better than the prince, so she won't make a mistake. The boy assured that he would always admire her so much that they wouldn't even notice when the crown princess danced. Hearing those warm and encouraging words, the protagonist blushed slightly and laughed. The crown prince, looking at the horizon, affirmed that Ansia would be the most beautiful, and that everyone would fall in love with her. But in the end, notes of sadness and disappointment were heard in his voice, which made the princess look at him with concern. Although Blake remained silent and looked towards some undefined place, it was evident that he also wanted to accompany her. The protagonist couldn't help but realize it, so for a moment she felt sadness, and gently took her husband's hand. Then she hurried to reassure the crown prince, telling him that when he grew up he could attend the ball. To which he received a proud answer, assuring her that at that time he could accompany his beloved wife. Ansia blushed upon hearing such romantic words and said she would eagerly wait for him. After those words, both children went to rest in their rooms and slept soundly after a complicated day. The next day, the crown princess hurried to visit the emperor again. And so she sent him. While presenting a new and unknown dish, the girl addressed Tenzan as father and asked him to guess what she had prepared. Upon seeing that strange and unidentifiable substance, His Highness frowned and began to study it with curiosity. The emperor affirmed that Ansia was very brave to try to kill him like that, directly before his eyes. But the princess protested angrily, assuring him that her food was not poison. And Tenzan only joked, saying that everyone said that. With a small spoonful, the emperor slowly tasted the new exotic dish for a long time. Upon receiving a compliment on her food, the protagonist was very happy to find someone who also liked spicy food. Ansha worried that Tenzan didn't like the taste, but received a curious answer: that she shouldn't worry, and that he would even eat poison. Although he liked those words, the princess was embarrassed to feel so loved by the emperor. In a sad voice, the ruler said that the girl always did something for him, and he was glad she didn't hate him. Then he lowered his heavy and sharp gaze somewhere below, clearly immersed in thoughts and emotions. Therefore, Ansia affirmed that the prince was the light of his empire, and for the heir and the people, he must take care of his health. She also got angry upon learning from Lord Colin that the emperor hadn't slept all night. Tenston asked the young lady to stop complaining and start eating. Otherwise, it would get cold. Having treated the emperor, Ansia decided to give him another gift, which the young lady wished to refuse. Since she had received so many gifts lately, it was already uncomfortable for her to accept more. After finishing eating, the emperor told the protagonist that he planned to build a glass orangery in Anoria's palace. The crown prince's palace looked old and neglected, and its name, Amoria, meant love. There was no orangery near the palace, which prevented admiring flowers during the summer. Therefore, the emperor decided to fill the nearby lake and build an orangery there. It was the same lake where he had previously fallen, which is why she begged him not to do it, since she didn't know the place then. After finishing her cup of tea, Tenston, upon placing the tableware on the saucer, emphatically refused the princess's words. The emperor did not want his daughter-in-law to be near the dangerous lake. The emperor's look was so severe that he seemed ready to attack the lake right then. Ansia felt uncomfortable at that moment, since the lake was no threat to her parents. So his seriousness embarrassed her. After another audience with the emperor, following lunch, the protagonist returned to her palace. The princess explained that His Majesty intended to fill the lake and build an orangery in its place. She wondered if it was now normal for an entire lake to disappear, but it turned out that Blake thinks very much like his father. The crown prince also thought it was better if the lake disappeared, as Anxia fell into it. And that's why he felt no pity. Showing all his determination and seriousness, the boy affirmed that it would be magnificent if they buried the lake right then. At these moments, Blake was becoming more and more like his father, but she couldn't understand why they both hated the lake so much. The crown prince decided to find out if his wife had already chosen a plant that would grow in the greenhouse. The protagonist explained that she planned to grow cabbage to prepare a spicy kimchi dish. That was the princess's favorite dish, but she supposed it was too early for Blake to eat it. And that very spicy food wouldn't suit him well. However, the crown prince objected and affirmed that he would eat kimchi anyway. Besides, he had already grown up. Anxia decided to give him a couple of slaps and told him that he had gained weight there, which made him blush immediately. Sitting at the table, the princess decided to ask Blake if he had any wishes about what to plant in the greenhouse. The protagonist clarified if she had heard correctly and received a clear answer. The boy wanted to plant roses for his wife. The red rose symbolizes love and is given when a sincere marriage proposal is made. These thoughts deeply saddened Anxia, to the point of clutching her small hands tightly. Immersed in her thoughts and confusion, the girl looked out the window and wondered if she could accept a rose from Blake. The remaining days passed peacefully, completely focused on preparing for the big festival. That day, the protagonist found it very difficult to wake up, as she woke up with a headache. Waking up was heavy, because the much-anticipated day of the party had finally arrived. Seeing that his wife had woken up, the crown prince decided to ask if Anxia was leaving yet. The princess, shaking off all sadness and heaviness, forced a smile and announced that it was time. The crown prince, approaching his wife, took her hands and smiled widely, wishing her luck. The protagonist was amazed that this boy always smiled, even though only she received gifts from the emperor. And only she attended the party. And this sweet boy behaves as if nothing happened, showing no sign of disappointment. Blake wished her a good time, so Anxia believed that his happiness consisted of her being content. Time passed, and the palace grew noisier and more excited due to the number of social figures. Meanwhile, while everyone was busy with their matters, the protagonist sat in front of the mirror, while the servants dressed her conscientiously, with sad thoughts about Blake. More than 3 maids moved around her, trying to maximize the beauty of Anxia. The result of their work was fair, as Anxia looked incredibly good in those clothes. And makeup. The protagonist hurried to thank them for the hard work done since early in the morning. The maids were delighted with so much beauty, so they confidently assured that she would be the protagonist of this party. After waiting for the right moment, the princess headed to the meeting place with the emperor. Since he was the one who should accompany her, the young lady descended the stairs slowly due to her large and voluminous dress, holding onto the railings with one hand. As the crown princess got closer and closer to the emperor, he noticed the young lady. And beautiful lady. He carefully examined the beauty that his son had inherited and was very happy about it. With a smile on his face, Tenstan complimented his daughter-in-law on her beauty. But Anxia also said that her father looked magnificent. He praised the young lady's words, but the protagonist said she felt something special today. His Highness didn't understand what the princess meant and received the answer that her father was the figure of perfection and simply ideal. Laughing and smiling over the protagonist, the emperor said that, after all, Anxia was exaggerating. After those words, he carefully extended his hand to the young lady, saying it was time to leave. Looking one more time at the great and unrivaled emperor, the princess relieved some of her worries and tensions. Smiling and regaining confidence, she offered her hand to Tenzan to take her to the gala. She had already begun to sincerely see him as her father, who would guide her into the social world. At the sound of the doors opening, the aristocrats interrupted their noisy conversations and directed their gaze to the people entering through them. the butler hurried to announce the arrival of His Majesty the Emperor, as well as His Highness, the wife of the Crown Prince. The Emperor showed no emotion, as in front of him, several aristocrats bowed their heads. The nobility also hurried to greet the princess, who struggled to remain firm and not show uneasiness. Everyone looked at the guests as the most outstanding pearls of the evening, the ones everyone expected to see. The protagonist quickly scanned the attendees and was surprised. She noticed a confident Richard among the crowd who didn't stop watching her. Seeing him next to Ansi, her spirits sank. But exhaling and looking at Tristan, she compared them as main heroes. She didn't like characters like the Duke's son. Her ideal was the Emperor. And if not, at least handsome boys like Blake. His Highness couldn't help but notice his sister-in-law's fixed gaze, so he wanted to ask her what she desired. Blushing and with flushed cheeks, the princess covered her lips and whispered quietly. With a smile on her face and a suppressed giggle, she commented that her father looked very good. Her words made the Emperor laugh, who looked at her affectionately and reminded her that she was flattering him again. The scene caused everyone in the hall to speculate, as they witnessed something unusual. Realizing that the amazement was only due to the imperial smile, the young lady was even more astonished. Imagining the monarch's image. Sensing the rumors, Tristan showed his cold and severe face again, stopping any conversation. The princess was surprised when the Emperor took away his smile, and the atmosphere in the hall immediately changed. While assimilating the paternal impact, the Emperor announced the start of the long-awaited evening. As a gesture of respect and conformity, all the aristocrats bowed their heads again before the ruler. After those words, the servants moved, and one of them presented the golden grail to the Emperor. Taking it in his hands, Tristan declared that on that day all honors would belong to the goddess of light and to the people of the empire. The princess waited on the throne and carefully watched the Emperor, as she expected her father to invite her to dance, since only then would the dance truly begin. But those thoughts didn't please Anzia, as she wanted to give her first dance to Blake. She knew she would look like a spoiled child if she asked, but the Emperor knew it. That's why he considered his skills insufficiently good to dance with the princess. Those words surprised the protagonist so much that embarrassment invaded her. Enjoy. And drinking from the chalice, Tristan announced that the recognition of his goddess of light would take place later, allowing them to enjoy the dance. After finishing his speech, the ruler hurried to take his place, while the young lady rushed to find out the reasons for his words. The Emperor only smiled and said that he knew about the desire to have her first dance with Blake. Ansha agreed with His Majesty's words and was impressed by how well Tristan understood. While amazement flooded her, His Highness informed her that he would wait for a second opportunity to dance. The princess thanked her father, who only responded with gratitude and stroked her head. Feeling the Emperor's touch, the young lady blushed deeply, although she felt pleasure from His Majesty's warm touch. The wonderful scene did not escape the aristocrats, who were enormously surprised to see it. Hearing the people's reactions to every gesture of Tristan, the young lady was horrified by the Emperor's image. The father told his daughter-in-law that, even if she didn't dance, it was her first reception as the Crown Prince's wife, and she should enjoy it well. Marquis Sheldon was one of the first to approach her and called her princess. Wonderful blessing of the Empire. Ansha returned the greeting and asked about his son, who had finished the Knight's Academy. Without flinching, the protagonist also greeted Countess Martian and congratulated her on her valuable fifth grandson. The princess was concerned about memorizing all the aristocrats as much as the party protocol. Knowing the aristocrats was a basic skill for empresses or crown princesses. The heroine was sure she had done enough to stand out as the crown prince's wife. And while walking through the hall, she noticed the twisted expression of Count Belasianos. He was trying to avoid the princess, but Ansi saw a young lady next to the count. The princess showed interest in that person and decided to observe her more closely, because she realized that the young lady next to the count was her sister Diana, the central figure of the romance. Ansha couldn't stop looking at her sister, with her beautiful blue eyes, as thousands of worried thoughts about that young lady arose in her mind. While the princess meditated and suffered, someone approached stealthily. It was Richard, who pretended to be happy to see her, as they hadn't seen each other for a long time. But the reappearance of that annoying subject worsened her mood, considering him a clingy boy. Showing his confidence, the young man smiled and told the girl that since their last meeting she looked more attractive. Without letting her say a word, Richard decided to ask Ancy to give him her first magnificent dance. The protagonist was surprised by such a daring offer, which deeply angered her. The first partner to dance with had to be the crown prince. The others only greeted, taking into account her status. Proudly, Richard proposed dancing, so the lady sighed and said that, although it hurt her, she would have to refuse. He insisted that Ancy shouldn't be ashamed of not knowing how to dance, as he would guide her. The fact that the emperor hadn't danced with her led him to think she didn't know how to dance, which angered her even more. Determined to cool Richard's head, the princess affirmed that she would not dance if the boy didn't. Although not like the emperor. The duke's son was surprised by those words, and his smile disappeared, leaving only anger. The people at the ball laughed upon hearing it, as they knew that no one dances better than the emperor. Hearing the laughter of those surrounding Richard, fury invaded him, and he couldn't hide it. Clenching his teeth, observing him, Ancy understood that she had hurt his pride, but still showed a little courtesy. Having resolved the situation, the duke's son, angry, hurried away, while the princess returned to the guests. Time passed. The conversations didn't cease even as the sun began to set. Hiding on the balcony, the protagonist thought about her handsome husband, as it was the first time she was separated from Blake. Tired of the party, she sadly thought about her rabbit and imagined how much he missed her. During the princess's break, someone pulled the terrace curtain, asking to enter, which surprised Anxia. She understood that a young lady wanted to approach, judging by her voice, but normally if the curtains are closed, it means someone is there. The protagonist supposed that, if they tried to approach her, then the other terraces were occupied. The girl who timidly dared to show her face surprised the princess, since the protagonist didn't expect something like that. Her sister approached Anxia, showing respect and modesty by carefully entering the terrace. Diana slowly approached her older sister, and for a moment they stood still, looking into each other's eyes. Diana, with a sincere smile, called Anxia incredibly beautiful, like an angel. Then she didn't stop praising her sister and called her not only beautiful, but also elegant and attractive. The sisters used to get along very well, but the count beat Anxia every time Diana approached her. As the count beat the protagonist, they stopped seeing each other, and later Diana would blame herself for her sister's death. That's why, consumed by guilt, she fled home upon reaching adulthood and became a servant to the prince everyone avoids. But now, after all the interventions, Anxia did not die in this future, even if her real self was gone. But Diana doesn't know it. So now the protagonist's younger sister will not suffer from guilt for the rest of her life. Realizing that Anxia was not saying anything, the young lady kept smiling and praised the princess. Seeing such an adorable creature, the heroine couldn't keep pondering her thoughts, and thanked her for those warm words. Diana decided to check if everything was all right with the heroine upon hearing that she fell into the lake. But upon receiving a reassuring answer, her gaze suddenly became restless. That behavior seemed strange to her. And while Anxia was trying to understand what was happening, the younger sister offered her a box. The protagonist didn't know what she had been given, but Diana immediately explained that it was a fire mana that retained heat. Laughing, she told her that she wanted to have given her this gift earlier, but winter had ended. Thinking that they cared about her health, Anxia tried to return the stone. But Diana convinced her not to worry about that because of her father. Taking the stone out of the box, the younger sister placed it in the princess's hand and begged her to accept the gift. Seeing so much concern, the young lady couldn't help but smile. Then she thanked him and said she would use it. With those words, tears began to gather in Diana's beautiful blue eyes. Anisha didn't understand the reason for the tears and received the answer that they were tears of joy for being able to give a gift. The protagonist couldn't stand looking at the most adorable creature crying anymore, and offered to dry her tears with her handkerchief. But Diana refused, as she decided to use her own so as not to spoil the prince's. Hearing that even that handkerchief was a gift from His Highness, the younger sister expressed her joy that the emperor had liked her. Observing that beautiful smile, the heroine noticed that Diana was much nicer and more adorable in real life than in the novel. Thus the party ended, and when it concluded, all the aristocrats began to return to their properties. As she approached her castle in the carriage, Ansi felt relief at finally being home. She wanted to get out of the cart as quickly as possible and rest happily after such an exhausting day. But as soon as she got out of the cart, the prince, who had missed her greatly, jumped into her arms. Smiling, the princess hugged her husband and told him that she had finally returned. Taking Blake's hands, the prince looked up at his wife, and the protagonist decided to ask what he thought of her appearance. The young man was delighted with his princess, so his smile was very wide, and his eyes sparkled. Seeing the crown prince's expression, Ansi let out a laugh and blushed a little. After taking off all her attire and changing into a nightgown, the protagonist finally felt alive. Blake was very interested in what had happened at the party and if his wife had liked it. The girl recounted that she had been very nervous and had barely controlled her excitement. Then Blake asked how she had danced and received the answer that she hadn't managed it. Hearing those words, the crown prince became very upset, as he didn't understand why it hadn't happened. The princess tried to calm her husband and told him that it happened that way because she wanted to dance the first dance with him. After those words, the atmosphere in the room suddenly tensed up and the prince moved away a little. Clinging to the bed, Ansi said that the emperor had understood her, and that's why he decided to pay attention to her. But Blake still didn't understand the reasons why the princess hadn't danced with tension. He was sure that, because of his curse, he couldn't visit such a place. The protagonist took the crown prince's hand and gently wrapped it. Then she decided to remind him once more that the prince would definitely be cured. Ansi remembered how she met the one who would lift her husband's curse. Lifting Blake's hand, the girl wrapped both hands around the boy's palms and decided to ask him for a commitment. The crown prince became interested in knowing exactly what his wife desired from him. Smiling, the princess said that once the curse was lifted, he would have to dance with her. Blake was frightened by those words, as he didn't understand with whom else he could dance if not with Ansi. Not understanding her husband's concern, the protagonist continued smiling cheerfully, unaware of the prince's feelings. The boy got scared, and the princess decided it was because of the curse, so she repeated that she would get up. But Blake clarified that it wasn't for that, but rather he felt that his wife wanted to disappear suddenly. Hearing that, Ansia lost her joy. Her voice deepened, but she still answered her husband that she had nowhere else to go. The prince noticed she was lying, so he cried asking not to be abandoned. Blake ran to his wife and shouted that only Ansia existed for him and that he would do anything so she wouldn't leave him. Unable to bear the boy's tears any longer, it was extremely difficult for her too. And she hurried to hug him to calm him down. But even in her arms, the crown prince's tears did not cease. Clutching the girl's dress with trembling hands, he asked Ansia to tell him that she wasn't planning to abandon him. Because of this, the protagonist couldn't lie as usual, which deeply saddened her. After a few more moments in her arms, when the princess calmed down, she promised not to abandon Blake. At night, after calming the young prince and putting him to bed, Anxia sat at the table and reflected on all the events. Although she gave her promise not to abandon the boy, she decided to prepare for the moment of their farewell. Since she wanted to help Blake recover from the shock after Anxia's suicide attempt. The girl wanted to protect the crown prince, and he was supposed to fall in love with Diana, as in the original. That way the spell would be lifted. And if Richard had wanted to make Diana his, the heroine would have prevented it. Preventing their encounters and then leaving, that's what the princess had planned. But now it seems this plan will not come true. Blake likes Anxia more than she had calculated. And it's no longer a joke, but something serious. Therefore, the girl decided to force the prince and Diana to meet to solve the problem. A few days after that incident, the princess finally managed to start acting. She told the boy that her younger sister would arrive today. Therefore, Blake got ready and decided to dress up to look appropriate. The girl was happy that the crown prince dressed up well in front of his future lover. Noticing his nervousness, Anzia asked the boy, who replied that he was afraid his daughter-in-law would hate him. So, the protagonist understood that Blake had dressed up because he was going to meet a family member. While adjusting the clothes on the crown prince, the protagonist wondered if she was moving too fast with the events. But she decided it was better for them to meet before it was too late. When Diana arrived at the castle, small and slender legs were immediately seen. Hurrying out of the narrow cart, the crown prince and the princess were already there to welcome their guest. The younger sister jumped into the older one's arms, showing all her joy at the reunion. Diana expressed her happiness upon learning that Ansha wanted to see her and sent her an invitation. The younger sister didn't stop praising the older one's appearance, but she asked her to greet Blake first. Finally, noticing the boy, Diana greeted His Highness, the crown prince, with imperial light. Blake showed no shyness and told her he was glad to meet young Lady Belcian. The younger sister thanked the crown prince for inviting her to the palace. Watching them from outside, the princess smiled with difficulty and noticed how well the two fit together. Then she turned to Diana and told her she had to be away for a moment to greet the emperor, asking her to wait there. Furthermore, the protagonist casually offered Blake to show her younger sister the castle. The crown prince, completely unaware of his wife's plans, happily accepted. After receiving Ansha's reply, he hurried to leave them alone without even looking back. It was extremely difficult for her to act like this, but everything was for Blake's sake. Now the protagonist was sure that their relationship had ended and that her task was complete. Only upon disappearing from view did the crown princess head to a place where she could hide for a while. Enough time had passed since Ancilla left them alone. The young lady herself headed to the library and stayed there the whole time. To entertain herself a little, she decided to start reading books. But instead, she couldn't stop thinking about them, as she was intrigued. Prince Blake, heir to a great evil, and Princess Diana, heir to the power of light. Capable of breaking the curse, they felt an attraction like in a romance. Although the protagonist is Diana's sister, there are no problems with that, since in this world it is not uncommon for a marriage to pass to a sibling. Or sister if it dissolves, since family ties prevail over feelings. And even without considering the traditions of this country, Blake will have to divorce for another girl. But the mere thought of it irritated the princess. She could barely imagine that moment. Realizing where her childishness was leading her, Ancia's pride was hurt. Now she seemed to be 10 years old. It is beneficial for Blake to get closer to Diana, as that will be better for him. While looking at books related to light magic, an interesting doubt arose in the protagonist's mind. Will Diana really be the only one capable of curing the prince? Why can't she cure the cursed Blake? Is the magic of light inaccessible to her? Hence the princess has collected several books to study it. She gathered the books from the library and headed to her room with them, as Anasia was intrigued by how close the two had gotten during that time. But she didn't even reach the room when she heard screams from those two. The protagonist was surprised to realize that her voice sounded angry, and they were in disagreement. Worried about Diana and Blake, because instead of love they were arguing, Anasia decided to run to her room. The princess shouted to know what was happening, but no one heard her. They kept arguing. The crown prince affirmed that Diana was wrong, and she, in turn, called him stubborn. The protagonist asked them to calm down and tell their story in turns. Anasia was intrigued what had happened to them in 2 hours, but instantly she heard the arguments of those two again. It turned out that their conflict was simple. Who of the two loved the princess more? Which made her forget her intention to separate them. Observing their argument and sighing, Anasia looked at them and concluded that, in their own way, they had got along quite well. Although tragically, she had to drop all the books she had chosen to study onto the floor. With time, a very delicious and tempting aroma spread from the kitchen. It was the princess's Eastern dishes that had been so well liked before. She was finishing the last step of her dish and tasting it. While cooking to cheer herself up, she hummed a tune. While Ansi was absorbed in her task, someone approached stealthily. Blake, upon approaching his fiancée, unexpectedly hugged her and told her that he had arrived attracted by the aroma. The protagonist remembered how the crown prince had liked that dish from the first spoonful. Blake blushed and, moving his gaze slightly away, affirmed that his wife's cooking was the best in the world. After the delicious lunch, they went to a fencing practice. But the old debate between the crown prince and Ansia's younger sister arose there again. 2 years had passed since their meeting, and the arguments over who loved her more remained unresolved. Diana replied cheekily, pointing out that although Blake and the protagonist were married, they hadn't even kissed once. Those words plunged the crown prince into a deep mess and made him blush. Seeing her husband's reaction, the princess guessed that if it continued like this, she would end up crying. To avoid it, Ansia approached and reminded them of the training session. Then, approaching His Highness, she reminded him that he also had to prepare for classes. Unable to bear Blake's happy expression, Diana proposed a bet on who would arrive first at the practice area. The boy was upset, as he was not prepared for such a sudden competition. So he asked to stop and start over, as the race had been unfair. But Diana didn't want to accept, and only said that the prince had a delayed reaction. Even Melissa noticed how those two always got along, by competing with each other every day. The protagonist didn't fully understand how that could be called getting along well between a bunny and a beagle. The maid confirmed her words and also said she was happy, as the prince had found a good friend. But Ansia didn't quite like the word friend, as her plans for those children were different. They truly looked like two good friends, with zero possibility of becoming lovers. But those thoughts lightened the princess's situation, as she had decided to be honest with her feelings and live with her bunny husband, and also with her wonderful strict father. But careful. And, of course, with her adorable little sister, who liked to act like a puppy and wanted to always be with them. Ansi couldn't afford to be overly greedy, so as long as the spell isn't broken, her happiness would be in danger. As long as Blake doesn't grow up, she decided to find a way out. Otherwise, she would have to give up and leave them. The princess believed that by then she would have freed him from the spell, so as not to lose him. Ansha and the maid then went to the emperor and the crown prince. The protagonist explained to the emperor and Blake that the spell could only be broken by someone from the Velasian family. She told them that with age his divine strength would appear, and it would be enough for them to love each other mutually. Seeing Tenston's expression, the young lady decided that no one had believed her. The same day Ansia told the emperor. At night, she decided to do it with the prince. The princess insisted that if an heiress with luminous power appeared, he would have to marry her. But she only received the same answer again. Only Ansia could be his wife. The protagonist despaired and kept insisting, as it was crucial to break the spell. To calm his wife, the crown prince gently took her hand. Then he affirmed that as long as he could be by her side, no spell would worry him. Blake said that the main thing was for her to be by his side, and that nothing else mattered to him. The crown prince only thought of his wife, never of his own spell. In 2 years, there had been many changes in the crown prince's palace. One of them, a greenhouse built over the old lake. They also built a training ground and a small garden for the princess's plants. They also hired new reliable servants so that the palace wouldn't be so empty. Observing all the changes, Ansia smiled strongly, happy with how all this had improved her life with Blake. She went out to the terrace to check her favorite cabbage growing patch. That sight filled her with joy, as the harvest would be good this year. Organized, the young lady set to work on matters as the highest-ranking wife in the country. Although she was young, she had to take care of imperial matters. Initially, the empress was supposed to take care of it, but Tenston didn't plan to remarry. The emperor gave her the Palace of Seville and assigned her an office on the 3rd floor of the imperial palace. And it was precisely there that our protagonist hurried her way. Everyone envied the princess and the ruler's inexhaustible love for his son's wife. Approaching the wardrobe, she was looking for a specific handle to activate the mechanism. since on the third floor of the imperial palace, there wasn't just one office. It was a place specially created for secret research that undid Blake's spell. The office was full of historical books in ancient languages and texts on curses, as well as light magic. Anzia remembered that Richard would spread rumors that in the ancient dark magic of the goddess, there was a trick capable of transferring the spell to another person. And Tensden, deceived, for the son's sake, would want to assume the spell himself and die for it. Therefore, the protagonist carefully studied the history and the spell so that something similar wouldn't be repeated. 1,000 years ago, there was a nation called Jelkin, but it was destroyed by Philip. And an empire was founded in its place. The ancient language was forgotten and it was not mastered. Furthermore, it was not completely deciphered. Duke Cassil and Richard are hidden now, but when the time comes, they will surely take advantage of this trap. Therefore, until that moment, Aniha hides her ability to read in all languages. But the young lady didn't worry about herself, since there is no safer place than Filion Palace, where the emperor himself resides. Furthermore, she had a secret that was unknown even in the original version. Because that lithographic impression was found in time during the burial of the lake. The young lady was sure there was a clue in it, but due to heavy wear, she couldn't read it. An unexpected distraction while studying was the door opening. That's why the princess got very scared. Anija felt terror, since no one could enter here and she shouldn't know about this room. But upon recognizing the silhouette, the princess's mood changed instantly, since she identified her godfather. As if a stone had fallen from her shoulders, because she thought someone was pursuing her. Tensden was cheerful and smiling, thanks to this young lady's care. Ansha said, laughing, that the father looked very handsome today, a little flushed. The girl asked if Tensden hadn't been the first love of all ladies, to which he replied that he didn't believe in nonsense. The emperor was confused and a little annoyed by the speculation about him. He became interested in what his daughter-in-law was doing and examining a lithograph. The girl thought the emperor had also come to see it, but he only wanted to know why the princess hadn't visited him. Anzia replied that she didn't because the father had an important guest. Hearing this, Tensden affirmed that no one was more important than Anzia and that the girl needed rest. Although she didn't take days off, she was busy because she liked it. Then she started mumbling that the emperor didn't even rest and slept at the table. But His Highness just placed his hand on her head. He stroked her and asked her to stop muttering. Although Ansia was annoyed that they called her concern muttering, she couldn't resist the caress. Meanwhile, the young prince and Diana had classes and training. They practiced sword fighting on the practice field and faced each other. Due to their sweat and heavy breathing, the effort they made was noticeable. At one point, Diana pushed the crown prince, catching him off guard. Realizing he might lose now, Blake tried to calm down and went on the counteroffensive. Their duel lasted until both were breathless. Both lay panting, as training like that was exhausting. Diana was intrigued by the reason why the prince didn't deliver the finishing blow. But the young man explained that it was because Diana was his wife's sister, and she hadn't done it either. Blake thought he had spared him due to status, but everything was simpler. The boy was her older sister's husband. He became interested in the reasons why the young lady had decided to become a knight. Diana paused for an instant and looked thoughtfully at the sky. She raised a trembling hand from exhaustion. She said she wished to be strong. The crown prince did not understand the need for a young lady to be strong, so he decided to ask her the reason. With a clenched fist, Diana firmly shouted that she wanted to protect her older sister. Blake was happy to learn that his wife had such a wonderful relative. That's why he asked her that if he died defending Anzia, she should do it regardless of anything. Diana was outraged and asked him not to say such nonsense, not understanding why the crown prince would die. The protagonist's younger sister recalled the older sister's feelings and how Anzia would be saddened if the prince died. Blake didn't understand what was wrong, as he was sure of the spell and had already resigned himself to that fact. Diana shouted at the crown prince and asked him not to say such things anymore. She also asked him to try harder to protect Ansi together. Raising a wooden sword, The young lady announced her knight's oath to protect the elder one. Blake was moved and felt uncomfortable seeing such an attitude from Diana. After gathering strength, he stood up and also decided to keep his promise. The young lady fixed her sparkling gaze on her opponent, showing how strong her desire to keep her promise was. Blake, upon seeing such an action, couldn't help but feel moved and also felt the desire to become stronger. That same night, after all the practices, the spouses lay peacefully together on the meadow. The protagonist lay watching her sleeping husband, without closing her eyes and without ceasing to smile. The princess noticed that Blake's judgment had not changed in those 2 years, although she was unaware of the reasons. But the lady was happy, so, gently fixing her hair and wishing him sweet dreams. Ansi tried to withdraw, but woke Blake up. The princess supposed her husband was tired after the training, so she wished him good night. Happy, Blake took his wife's hand and brought it close to his face, and also said that with her, he wouldn't have bad dreams. The protagonist decided to find out what kind of nightmare the crown prince had. Although Blake didn't remember the dream, Anisha became alerted and asked him to tell her if he had a bad one again. The boy just laughed carelessly, since the main thing was for the princess to be by his side. Noticing that he was still asleep, the girl decided to let him rest more, as he had another training session the next day. Then she wished sweet dreams to the young heir, whom so many people worry about. But hearing that, Blake wide opened his sleepy eyes and was horrified. The crown prince, indignant, jumped up in bed and affirmed that he was not a child. Anisha said that he always seemed like a kid to her. Seeing his sadness and clumsiness, the protagonist understood that no man wants to hear something like that. She exhaled and decided to change it, ordering the princess that her little husband should go to sleep. Blake became moody and angry because he couldn't be called that. But Anisha kept joking. The queen guessed what the boy wanted to hear, but she didn't want to indulge him too much. Noticing this, the crown prince fell into apathy, so the heroine thought she had overdone it. A short time later, tiredness overcame him, and Blake finally fell asleep. The next day, the boy returned to practice, but sighing sadly, he looked somewhere. It turned out that he was observing the marks on the tree that showed Diana's growth. Blake and Anisha. The boy was very sad and couldn't wait for the moment to finally grow up. A while later, the protagonist ran after the crown prince to invite him to eat. To the princess's surprise, Blake slightly turned his blushing face away and said he wasn't hungry. Ansha worried that something serious might be the cause and decided to ask the prince if anything hurt. The boy complained that no matter how much he ate, he didn't grow, so he didn't see the point. The protagonist did not remember the exact detail of the crown prince's height. Only that he was a little shorter than Richard, who was 185 centimeters tall. Anzia took Blake's hands and explained that she had cooked that day. That's why she wanted to clarify why he refused to eat. The heir's eyes lit up, and his spirits improved upon hearing this news. He decided to confirm if his wife had definitely cooked and received affirmative words. And a cheerful answer. Since Blake couldn't refuse his fiancée's food, they both headed to the dining room. At dawn, when everyone else was finishing their tasks, sword movements could be heard in the castle. Even at those hours, Diana continued training and perfecting herself. She repeated the same movements, hoping to achieve perfection someday. Ansia's younger sister noticed that her movements were still not very fluid and remembered Edon's advice to work on her left hand. Recalling the instructions, the girl decided to repeat her movements one more time. But this time, during her solitary training, the count suddenly entered the room. Diana stopped training and was shocked to see her father, which made her nervous. Balasian was very angry and didn't understand what his daughter was doing now. The girl couldn't ignore her father's threatening tone and gaze, so she decided to lie to him, and quickly hid the training sword behind her back, concealing it with her dress. The count noticed and roughly grabbed the lady's hand, forcing her to drop the wooden weapon. He complained that no matter how much he taught her, she still didn't take it seriously. And now she had even picked up a sword. Balasian was very angry about her attitude, as Ansha had ignored him and ridiculed him in front of the aristocrats. But he hadn't forgotten the Duke's words, spoken 2 years ago. The Count wished to marry Diana to Duke Cassel's son to improve his unfavorable position in society. After reprimanding the girl, the man asked her to tell him everything that was happening in the Crown Prince's palace. He also asked her to take the recording sphere to Blake's room, which scared the girl. Meanwhile, in the Crown Prince's palace, the couple gathered around the same table for dinner. Seeing another dish from Ansia, the Crown Prince was very surprised, as a new, unknown dish that he had never tried was placed in front of him. The soup looked quite strange, so the boy decided to ask about its ingredients. Some ingredients in the soup seemed similar to monsters to Blake, so the comparison made the girl uncomfortable. Calming the Crown Prince, the protagonist explained that they were beans discovered by the Emperor and cultivated by herself. Furthermore, to motivate him, the princess told him that if he ate the beans, he would grow taller. But their appearance still scared him, so the boy decided to close his eyes and swallow them quickly. The protagonist was interested in how her husband would rate their taste. The Crown Prince commented that the bean was neither sweet nor salty, to which the princess replied that precisely in its unusual taste lay the charm. Furthermore, the girl smiled happily, as Blake was starting to eat them well and wasn't even spitting them out. After that, Ansia reminded the Crown Prince that he had to try the soup. He brought the spoonful of broth with great caution, expecting something bad, but upon tasting it, the boy's expression changed and his eyes shone again, as he liked the food. The princess doubted that Blake was telling the truth, so she asked again just in case. Diana struggled against a storm of emotions as she faced a difficult decision. Guilt and conscience consumed her, although her own father had ordered her to act this way. But nevertheless, Ansia's younger sister refused to obey the Count's order, and she hurried to withdraw. That same night, under a full moon, the atmosphere in the Belasian castle was heavy. Diana had disobeyed her father's order and returned the sphere. The Count didn't understand such actions and decided to find out the reasons for her behavior. The girl calmly and confidently affirmed that the recording sphere was damaged. Belasiana wanted to investigate the spread of the curse upon the Crown Prince and suspicious actions in the castle. But Diana, slightly averting her gaze, continued to reply coldly that she knew nothing. With a clenched fist, the Count told his daughter that today the engagement between the firstborn of Duke Cassel and the daughter of Marquis Houston had been announced. Therefore, full of anger, Velasian stood up and asked what Diana had been doing all this time. The man began to compare his younger sister with Ancilla and her skills, and asked her if it was so difficult to obey him at least once. Without considering his daughter's feelings, he threw angry glances looking for any other reason to keep pressuring her. Upon seeing the sword, his fury increased even more, so he lunged to take it. The Count asked why Diana hadn't discarded the weapon yet, and how many more times he would have to repeat this nonsense. The young lady immediately ran to beg for the sword back, as it was a gift from her older sister. But instead, Belasian roughly grabbed her hand. The man criticized his daughter for her hands, which were not like those of an aristocrat. He thought no one would take a young lady with those hands as a wife. Diana understood that her father's words were not about worrying for her future, but because her value would drop in the marriage market. The girl didn't want to be an accessory that only looked good, so she affirmed that she wanted to be a knight. That surprised the Count and angered him even more. But Diana was not scared and confidently repeated to his face that she wanted to be a knight. So she planned to enter the Knights Academy next year, something her father didn't understand. As an example, she mentioned Countess Shannon, the third commander of the Knights. The Count considered that woman just an old, worthless spinster. Diana told her father that she wanted to be an imperial knight and protect her older sister. Belasiana could no longer stand the disobedience of his daughter and slapped her. The daughter was shocked because before he had never laid a hand on her. He threatened her with beatings and warned her that if she repeated anything like that, he would send her far away. The next day, Ansia's younger sister went to the palace with a recording ball. Her thoughts were filled with the suffering and sadness of the previous night, because Velasian mistreated her for a long time, hitting his defenseless daughter. He considered the girl ungrateful, believing he did everything for her future. The Count pressured Diana and warned her never to mention anything about knighthood again. And he also gave her a punishment. Tomorrow would be her last day to do everything right. The younger sister wanted to tell the older one everything, as she didn't want to do something similar. But she couldn't, as she thought the older one married against her will, leaving her dreams behind. Diana decided to carry this burden alone, as she hadn't been able to help Ansi when she was in trouble. The protagonist walked around the castle without suspecting anything like that, and only watched the first snowfall. The princess was surprised by so much snow so soon. It was still mid-November. Ansi couldn't help but notice that today her younger sister was too quiet. Looking at her tired and worried face, it was clearly evident that something was wrong. Therefore, the protagonist decided to ask the reasons for such behavior. Although Diana said everything was fine, it was obvious she was hiding something. To change the subject, the princess's younger sister proposed to the crown prince to play snowballs. Blake showed no interest in such unexpected entertainment, but Diana decided to incite him. As a sign that the crown prince is afraid of losing her, that's why he doesn't go out. On the street, the girl teased the boy, as she had thrown snowballs at him. And now he looked like a snowman. Diana kept provoking Blake in every way, and he kept falling for the provocations. Seeing them, Anzia smiled, as at another time she herself used to play throwing snowballs with bare hands on a cold day. Melissa suggested that the princess relax and temporarily shed the weight of responsibility. But the protagonist kept refusing, claiming she didn't like snow that much. Hearing the princess's murmurs, the maid laughed, as sometimes it seemed to her that Anzia was the same age as her. So, to get out of the very adult role, the protagonist finally got dressed and went out onto the street. Upon hearing that the older sister would join, Diana immediately invited her to her side. After a long and very fun game, all the children returned to the palace. Ansha proposed to the younger sister that she take a bath, as her clothes were soaked with snow. Diana immediately got excited and waved her hands, explaining that she would bathe at home. The girl tried to convince the older one with all her might, but Ancilla deduced that her sisters had hurt their legs. The younger one didn't want to agree, but she looked away and her face showed excitement. Ancilla noticed swelling on Diana's face and also observed that she had fallen several times while playing in the snow. Therefore, the protagonist took her sister's hands and asked her to be honest. If she keeps lying, the older sister will get very angry. After those words, the princess fixed her penetrating gaze on Diana. She couldn't bear it anymore, and the younger sister's tears began to accumulate. The girl cried inconsolably, as she was going through a very difficult time. And she had to hide everything. Diana knelt in front of the older sister, and Ansha caught her instantly and hugged her. After that, the younger sister, somewhat calm, gathered her courage and told everything. Ansha scolded her, as she should have informed her immediately instead of hiding it. Diana feared that the older sister would reject her, and didn't know what to do if the crown prince's wife hated her relative. The protagonist got angry. She didn't understand why she should hate her sister. It became a little easier for the girl, as the main fear was behind her. The princess understood that Diana was asking about the hatred Ansha had felt before. And the protagonist replied that she was happy to have a sister. Hearing those words, the younger sister's tears began to disappear. A huge weight of worries about the past, in which she couldn't help, was lifted from Diana's heart. After calming her sister, both took a bath to finally take care of their health. After feeding her, Anzia decided to leave this girl in the palace today. The protagonist tucked Diana into bed without leaving her side. On the young lady's face, it was still evident that her emotions hadn't completely disappeared. And there were tears in her eyes. Gilbert Belation originally worried about Diana, but even so the princess couldn't forgive him. Anzia was surprised that her father had thought of turning her younger sister into a spy. Gathering her courage, the protagonist regretted not throwing the trash in the bin without delay. While meditating, the crown prince carefully knocked on her door. He was intrigued by what had happened and wanted to know something about Diana. Anzia said she had just calmed her down and tucked her in. The protagonist warned that she would sleep with her sister today. The princess's eyes reflected her guilt and regret for having released Belasian without punishment. The crown prince gently extended his hand with care and affection towards his anxious wife. Black looked into his wife's restless eyes and assured her that it wasn't her fault. He held his wife's hands more firmly and, without averting his gaze, asked her not to blame herself for it. The protagonist was happy that, sometimes, her crown prince matured and supported her. That late night, another interesting event occurred. At the entrance to the prince's palace, a familiar, irritated voice could be heard. And contemptuous. That man was desperately trying to get in, but the guard wouldn't let him pass. Trying to use his rank, Belasian remembered that he was the crown prince's wife's father. But hands still wouldn't let him pass, as he had Blake's order not to allow the count entry. Gilberto was very surprised by this result, as he didn't expect it. He thought it was Anzia who was stopping him, but it turned out to be the damned prince he hated. Edon asked them to be kind to the count, although the latter paid no attention and ordered them to leave. Introducing himself as a relative of His Majesty the Emperor, Gilberto tried to push the guard. But Edon couldn't stand that behavior anymore and grabbed Belasian. The count was shocked to see a commoner touching him and several people listening to the commotion. It turned out that the crown prince himself came because of that uproar. The servants reported that the man insisted on entering. That's why there was so much noise. Blake, with a calm and sure voice, ordered Gilbert to be escorted to the orangery. It took some time to prepare everything for the conversation. The recently built greenhouse was extremely beautiful and clearly showed how much effort had been put into it. The crown prince was sitting calmly at the table and slowly drinking a cup of hot tea. He was a 10-year-old boy full of calm, coldness, and serenity, something unusual in such a young person. The count saw Blake for the first time in a long time, despite being his son-in-law. At that moment, Belasian only saw a repressed boy, so he didn't understand what had happened in those 2 years. The crown prince stared at him with a murderous look, very similar to the imperial one. Therefore, the second felt increasingly oppressive and terrifying for the count. Upon setting down his teacup, Gilbert mentioned that he had promised Diana he would take her. But Blake only replied that his daughter was already asleep and that he should never appear there again. From now on, Diana will live in the palace, and there will be no reason to visit her. Belasian decided to investigate the harshness of the decision, as he had lied to his own daughter. While lying, the count invented a story where the younger sister intends to take the place of the older one. The count harshly reprimanded Diana. But without letting him finish, Blake frequently asked if his father had also reprimanded Anisha. With an impassive expression, Gilbert explained that he had educated the elder one strictly because he worried about his children. Belasian continued blaming everyone around him for not understanding him, pointing out Anisha especially, who did not understand his kindness. As he became more and more brazen, he decided to remind the crown prince that he didn't have much time left to live. He also stated that, when Blake died, who else but the family could take care of Anzia? To maximize his advantage, the count also implied that the princess was too inconsiderate towards her own father. Belasian was sure it wasn't worth annoying his daughter like this, as she would return to the family anyway. But before he could finish, Blake said he found it disgusting. The crown prince announced that he had no intention of dying, which left the count dumbfounded. For just a moment, the count began to think there was a method to cancel the curse. But he only heard that Blake had made a promise to the princess. Proudly, Blake announced that he had promised Anzia that he would not die. Exhaling and calming down, Velasiana affirmed that the boy shouldn't behave like a child. The crown prince assured that, even if he died, Anshian would not return home, which surprised the count. Velasian concluded that he had an arrogant young man before him, but as if guessing his thoughts. Blake asked if they considered him a monstrous prince. That sentence tore away all of Velasian's confidence and arrogance. Therefore, the man was perplexed and began to fear, as he believed the boy could read minds. Without giving him time to recover, Blake said that the count had shown interest in his curse. Grabbing Velasian by the hand, the crown prince affirmed that he was sure the man knew the consequences of the contact, since it is rumored that the goddess's curse is contagious, as it can be transmitted to other people. Gilbert didn't understand where the boy got so much strength from. It wasn't physical, but as if all his essence was being absorbed from him. Smiling wickedly, the crown prince revealed that all that was not rumors. After his threatening words, his hands lit up with an intense magical light. Count Balasian fell off his seat and writhed on the floor from the terrible pain. His eyes shed rivers of tears, and the spell's seal appeared on his hand. The crown prince did not react to this and simply stood up calmly from the table. Then he warned him, with a lethal voice, not to approach Ansia anymore, and ordered him to stay lower than the grass, quieter than water, and that his spirit should not be seen around here. There were no more incidents in the palace until dawn. When the sun rose and its rays illuminated the room, the palace came alive, except for the princess's younger sister. The protagonist carefully got up and prepared without waking Diana, happy that she was sleeping soundly. Ansi was happy to see her adorable lover sleeping, who no longer had to worry about anything. After making sure everything was fine, the princess went for a walk around the castle. After knocking, the young lady entered the crown prince's room, clearly very sweaty. Upon seeing his beloved, the tired face disappeared instantly and turned into a joyful smile. The princess noticed the boy's paleness, so she asked him if he had slept at all. Without giving a clear answer, Ansia decided to investigate further. Clearly hiding something, Blake told his wife that everything was fine, just that he had slept badly. The protagonist began to imagine what had happened the previous night and got very excited. But without letting his wife finish, the crown prince decided to give her a red rose. Blake recounted that, while walking through the greenhouse, he noticed some beautiful flowers, and he decided to give them to Ansia. The protagonist blushed a little, but was happy with this gift. The princess was about to accept the bouquet when Blake lost his balance and started to fall. Ansia worried a lot about her husband's condition, although he said he only felt dizzy. Not wanting to listen, the protagonist was already going to leave to call someone. But as the princess hurried to help him, the very weak prince grabbed her hand. Blake asked her not to call anyone and to simply stay with him, no matter how he looked. Ansia was very worried and wanted to call someone anyway, but the crown prince clung to her hand and begged her not to leave. The protagonist, although still very worried, could no longer resist and decided to stay. Time passed, and the slightest sound could barely be heard from the crown prince's room. Both spouses slept hugging, forming a beautiful scene. Even asleep and with time, they didn't let go of each other's hands. They ended up sleeping all day, and Ansia had a nightmare that woke her up in a cold sweat. Blake, on the contrary, already looked much better, and his bright smile reappeared. The protagonist didn't stop worrying about her husband, so she asked him about his dream. While the princess stroked him, she didn't notice the temperature, which confused her. Blake's face was red, to which he replied that it was because of Ansia's touch. She asked him if touches bothered him now, after always avoiding them. But the happy heir replied that he had never said anything like that. The princess blushed upon hearing it and realized that her little husband had become cunning. Days passed, clouds gathered, and the emperor issued several decrees. Denzan exiled Count Balasian to a small islet in the west, near the Chaos Valley. Officially, he was sent to protect the island, but in reality, it was an exile. No matter what Gilbert tried to regain his position, he achieved nothing, and no one showed compassion. A villain like him clearly deserved what he received. From that day on, Diana was in the crown prince's palace and prepared for the entrance exams to the Knights Academy. Observing her younger sister's long training, Ansia asked for a break. Diana ran cheerfully and obeyed, as she was very hungry. The younger sister was delighted to be able to train and have tea prepared by her older sister. Ansia feared that Diana would try too hard and overexert herself. The princess proposed that there was no reason to worry so much, since if she didn't make it, she could try again next year. The protagonist was moved by her sister and by the latter's decision to apply without a letter of recommendation. Therefore, with such a combative mood, Anzia was sure that Diana would pass this exam. Time passed, the test concluded, and the results were sent to all addresses. The princess congratulated her younger sister, as she managed to secure ninth place overall. Noticing the ambiguous reaction, Ancilla called Diana brave, as she achieved a high position. The younger sister was surprised by these results, but still looked quite sad. But all her sadness was because now, due to the academy, she wouldn't be able to see Ancilla. The protagonist, starting to stroke her cheek, proposed staying and living with her. But Diana disagreed, as she had to become a knight and asked her to wait 6 years. Despite this time, Ansha still doubted whether she could lift the spell and what to do if it wasn't possible. Diana noticed that the older sister suddenly sank into her thoughts and stopped listening to her. Although with a difficult and sad look, the protagonist accepted her sister's words. The younger one took the older one's hand and squeezed it slightly towards herself. Diana decided to seal these words with a promise, which made the princess blush. Seeing her adorable sister, the protagonist could no longer ignore it and decided to promise to wait for her from the academy. Until the new year, everything went quite calmly, without major setbacks. It was precisely in this year when, according to the novel, Tenstone fell into Richard's trap and lost his life. Therefore, anxiety and constant danger tormented the protagonist. But she also had her own plans to save the emperor while staying by his side. Along with His Highness, dressed in a new outfit, the protagonist attended the party. The aristocracy immediately lost their minds upon the arrival of His Majesty, the Emperor, and the wife of the Crown Prince. Beautiful melodies flowed through the hall, delighting all the society's elites. Everyone was absorbed in the dances and their partners, as it was a very important celebration. The protagonist also enjoyed the music and walked through the hall enjoying it. But her idol was interrupted by a very annoying and persistent familiar voice. It was Richard, elegantly dressed, who had come to confirm that the lady still wasn't dancing. The Duke's son specified that if the princess didn't gain experience, her skills wouldn't improve. Sighing and yet paying attention to him, the protagonist said there was no reason to worry. And suddenly, little Diana interrupted their conversation, affirming that the older sister danced wonderfully. Richard, with a smile, asked if the princess had perhaps trained alone and called it an adorable trait. But young Lady Balassian affirmed that the older sister had not trained to look adorable in his eyes. Without letting the conversation continue, Diana took her sister by the arm and they hurried to withdraw. Leaving Richard alone looking at the backs of the two ladies, still showing himself in a bad light. The girls decided to retire to the terrace to rest from all the social agitation. Diana complained a lot about the pain in her legs from the unusual footwear. Because, as a knight, she was accustomed to more comfortable shoes, walking in something like that was extremely difficult. Ansha remembered that in the original Diana was a shy heroine, and it made her happy to see her different now. The protagonist decided to ask her what she thought of Duke Castle's son. But it turned out that the younger sister was deeply annoyed by that individual, which reassured the princess. The princess worried that the older sister might have liked that annoying boy. But she received a cold reply, saying that she shared her sister's opinion. Time passed. It got dark outside, but the party continued and continued. The protagonist, leaning on the staircase railing from fatigue, reflected on this event. Since it was a New Year's party, there were still many people there, although it was long past midnight. After everything, the princess decided to return to her place, but the emperor asked why. If she was tired, she wouldn't come back entirely. Ansha, laughing, told her father that she wanted to drink a glass of wine with His Highness. The emperor laughed and simply commented that the young lady was back to her mischief. Then he called her to accompany him. Climbing the stairs to the very top, they reached a special terrace that only the emperor could access. The view the young princess saw was so impressive that it left her amazed. Only from there could absolutely the entire imperial palace be contemplated. Laughing, the emperor recounted that Blake loved this room. When he played hide-and-seek with the servants, he always hid precisely here. Tenstone, remembering his son, cast a sad look without realizing it, and got lost in his thoughts looking at his glass. The protagonist noticed it and understood what both desired. That's why she decided to address her father. Ansi proposed visiting the Palace of Amoria as a New Year's gift. Although the prince would be happy, Tenstone worried that if he made a mistake, he would hurt his son. The princess said that the emperor was too cautious, since as long as he had strength, nothing could happen to Blake. Furthermore, the crown prince's spell would certainly be lifted, so there was no need to doubt. Then she decided to remind her father that there was no dark magic that transmitted a goddess's curse like a plague. If His Highness hears something like that, he must not fall for deceptions or trust the Castlelove family. The emperor smiled and asked if Richard could perhaps harm him. Of course it wasn't serious, but in the novel, the reason Richard trapped Tenstone was the prince's condition. At one point, Blake's condition will worsen, and something even worse will happen. The door of darkness will open. The emperor must seal it to fulfill his duty as ruler of these lands. But if he uses light, he will hurt Blake. That's why he will use dark magic and die. Anzia affirmed that, since she knew languages, she would remove the curse from the crown prince. That's why the emperor shouldn't trust anyone. Hearing this, the emperor's gaze saddened. He understood the protagonist's feelings. To calm her down a little, he placed his warm hand on the princess's head. Tenstone assured that he had 2 sons, and therefore would not act lightly. According to the novel, the emperor will die this year, but Anzia will do everything possible to prevent it. Upon understanding that the father had named both, her and Blake, the girl was happy, and replied that she understood. Time passed, and finally, the moment came to start the course at the Knights Academy. Diana enthusiastically told him that there, she could only trust him. Without the crown prince, she wouldn't have left out of worry for her older sister. Furthermore, upon returning in 6 years, they would finally decide who Anzia loves more. So they hurried out so as not to be late for the admission ceremony. The protagonist accompanied her sister and warned the prince that she would return soon. Blake remained just as cheerful and radiant as he watched his wife and wished her a happy journey. After leaving the palace, the crown prince was left alone for a while longer. As soon as they moved away from the palace, Diana decided to give her older sister a gift. It was the key to the title of head of the Balasian family, of the family mansion, given to her when the count left. Ansha was surprised and did not want to accept such a valuable gift. Diana reminded her that the Balasian family was on the verge of bankruptcy, and that thanks to Ansia's mother, they hadn't collapsed. Most of the assets belonged to the princess's mother, so Diana is only returning what already belongs to her. With time, the 2 beautiful ladies managed to reach the academy. The younger sister shone, looking at the cavalry academy. She didn't hide her feelings. Laughing, Diana asked for the princess's hand to help her get out of the litter in the dress. Glancing around, even the protagonist was surprised and amazed by what she saw. They were received with great ceremony, and the guard shouted, calling her the blessing of the empire. Wife of the crown prince. Elite knights from the imperial palace came to receive the 2 ladies, which made Anzia blush upon learning that it was her father's doing. At the entrance ceremony to the cavalry academy, Diana wore an elegant and special military uniform. Meanwhile, the princess carefully watched the parade from the terrace. Upon greeting the protagonist, the younger sister requested permission to step away. Although she expressed it that way, it was a huge effort for Diana to leave Anzia, and she asked her to let her know if anyone got too close. With a smile, the younger sister promised to send the princess a sea of letters upon arriving at the academy. The protagonist just waved her hand and got excited about the scene. After that, Anzia fixed her gaze again on the key to the Balasian castle. Seeing off her sister, the princess hurried her return to the palace, the place where they awaited her. At dusk, the protagonist returned home, and after changing, she hurried to show him what she had seen in the parade. Looking at Diana in the glass mirror, Anzia was surprised to see how well her younger sister's knight uniform suited her. Edan was also surprised when he doubted whether the lady had always been so adult. Blake, although he commented that Diana was impressive and asked if pictures had been taken of his wife. Ansi was sure that it hadn't happened, since it wasn't her entrance ceremony. But the butler pointed out that it was not true and ordered, anyway, to take some photos of Her Highness. It turns out that the knights in the front row had captured the princess. But she didn't understand why. The young lady was intrigued, but the butler hurried to explain that the emperor had ordered it that way. Anzia was annoyed that they used such expensive stones for something like that. Furthermore, she didn't understand what it was for. Melissa supposed it was a gift, and the protagonist didn't understand it at first, since she had asked for no more presents. But the maid, seeing the crown prince happily looking at the balloons, smiled and said it was a gift for Blake. The protagonist filled with happiness, knowing that her husband liked something like that. The Valasian family is descended from Rayanter Balanchian, the great mage of light. It was he who, along with Philip, founded the empire. And when the goddess got angry and gathered all the sacred force, the receiver of light began to lose his gift. Therefore, over the years, it became impossible to know who the receiver of light was. Recalling it, the protagonist concluded that she might find some answers in the history of her family. Because of that, looking at the key handed over by her younger sister, hope arose in the princess. Anija headed to the Balasian family palace, as the books on light magic must be there. Or curses. Approaching the palace, the protagonist observed it with her determined gaze. She sighed and called Melissa. Then they entered the building in search of answers. The princess barely reacted to the local surroundings, despite Anisha's heavy memories. Immediately, the protagonist and the maid hurried to the library. While inspecting the room, she realized that, for a noble family's library, the storage of books was deplorable. Upon inspecting the shelves, Anisha noticed several thick grimoires about light magic. But she noticed no traces of use. The rest was evident that they had been read, so the princess decided to search where the family's personal books were kept. The protagonist hoped and believed she would find something useful here. But upon entering, the girl was shocked and deeply disgusted by what presented itself before her. Anija was so disheartened that she said, "And this is called the head of the house's personal study." There were only precious stones and golden paintings. She expected, if not a key to deciphering the curse, at least to find documents about light magic. Or about the heir here. Seeing the princess's distressed face, Melissa became deeply worried about her mistress. After inspecting everything, the protagonist informed the maid that they would return. She was angry that she had to go to a place that only inspired repulsion in her. But in the end, it was useless. On her return, Ansia was invaded by terrible memories of the time spent in the Balasian mansion. Seeing the princess turn pale, Melissa got very scared and became nervous. So they decided to stop the cart to get out and get some air. The maid couldn't stop worrying and proposed calling a doctor. But the protagonist immediately reassured her, saying that her head was just spinning. And she already felt much better in the open air. Although the young lady was not the real Ansia, her memories were extremely harsh. As she prepared to continue the journey, the princess spotted a familiar profile on the horizon. Upon approaching, she knew that the man before her was the knight Richard. The princess didn't understand what he was doing there and kept looking at him. She could only make conjectures. Ansia supposed that perhaps that was the day Richard's whole life changed. Richard's mother was a slave of the Loom people, precisely that people that the Shilkin Empire once ruled. Yelkin was submerged in wealth and oppressed its subjects. That's why the goddess of light got angry with them and gave Philip strength to defeat them, after which the Astrake Empire was founded in its place. That's how the once great people ended up as slaves, scorned to this day. And Duke Castle, while his wife was pregnant, fixed his gaze on a Lam slave. Lampa became pregnant and gave birth to a boy. At first they raised him as a servant, but they soon realized, since the Duke's blood ran in him, and that he was recognized as his illegitimate son due to his intellectual abilities. Of course, Richard was mad with joy and started studying even more. But his smile didn't last long. He worried about his mother's deteriorating health and wanted to ask the Duke for help to send a doctor. But she begged him not to do it and tried to reassure him, saying everything was fine. Those words weren't enough to calm the boy, who watched his mother weaken. Richard went to the Duke, with pleas for help and promises to study even more eagerly. But his father only asked coldly, and without favoritism, if that woman was sick. The Duke, without changing his tone or showing emotion, doubted the illness and asked if it wasn't so sinful. Young Richard was shocked and confused by what was happening, and by his father's indifference towards them. After a brief pause, the father turned around looking out the window and ordered the boy to return. Seeing such behavior, the boy couldn't help but get angry, and so he clenched his fists. Angry at the helplessness of the situation, Richard remained silent for a moment before obeying the Duke. Finally, the boy's mother died. Not from illness, but they took her outside and killed her. Then they buried her. And all that was by order of Duke Casual. So Richard felt deep distress at losing the person closest to him. He couldn't understand how something like that could have happened to him. Later, they released him from the sealed warehouse, upon discovering that the boy was not infected with tansinol. Other family members regretted that a bastard like him hadn't died along with his mother. After Richard could move normally around the estate, he headed to the library. It was to discover what tansinol was, which is what killed his mother. It turned out that this disease was the plague, discovered in the lands of the Loan, and considered the second curse of the goddess of light. The more Richard read about tansinol, its symptoms, and how it manifested, the more convinced he was that his mother did not have it. However, if the Loan got sick, to prevent the spread of the disease, they killed them without investigating. That's why his mother had no alternatives. And that's why the boy understood that he shouldn't talk about it with anyone. Which made him realize that he himself had killed his mother. From that day on, Richard completely changed, becoming the person he is today. The boy swore to take revenge on Duke Cassel and his entire family, regardless of the consequences. He wanted to take absolutely everything from them, and then kill them in the most torturous way. And upon sitting on the throne, he would make all his enemies, who had scorned him, kneel. Anya quietly approached the boy and told him that a long time had passed since their last meeting. Seeing the girl, he said with surprise that he didn't expect to meet her in a place like this. Looking at the tree, the protagonist noticed the beauty of the flowers growing on it. The boy's tense smile disappeared, and he decided to say it was a tombstone of a woman from the Loom people. Upon hearing those words, the princess fell into shock and frowned with great surprise. That he would say something like that was unexpected, since in the novel he hadn't even told Diana. Richard asked if Ancilla knew anything about that town and gave a clue. The Loom suffered from tansinol. Seeing the protagonist extend her hands toward the flowers on the tree, the boy became very nervous. And he wanted to know what she was doing. The princess explained that she had heard about a funeral ritual of the Loom people. Richard was surprised and asked if Ancilla really sympathized with the Loom. To which she replied, what would stop her from doing so? With excitement and raising his voice, the boy asked her if Lady didn't know what tansinol was. The protagonist said she was well informed that this disease killed many Loom. And that's why, if it existed, there are no bacteria left. Noticing that the wind was increasing, the princess decided to tie the bouquet tighter. But Richard unexpectedly stopped her. He was drawn to Ancilla being wrapped in a sweetness of protection surrounding her as if she were a saint. Or simply, the protagonist was a stupid, naive person who didn't worry about anything. Although for a moment the princess felt ashamed of this behavior, she quickly withdrew her hand. Then she explained that she never considered herself kind or holy, only that everything was due to her confused fear. She explained that it was important to be attentive, because if a person gets dragged into a whirlwind of confusion and fear, it is no reason to harm others. Hearing those words, Richard was surprised and couldn't say anything for a moment. Laughing, the boy nicknamed the girl, but Anzia decided to ask him if Duke's son truly hadn't been taught the fundamentals of etiquette. It's not about how she wants to be called, but how he should refer to a lady's title. To which he replied that he would take it into account. Then the princess apologized to Blake as someone had called him a monster. And he was the crown prince of the empire. The protagonist remembered that, if the story had followed the Yuanju, Richard would have already started his villainous plans. Hearing the boy's answer, who did not know Blake's title, Anzia, holding her hair, said that was comforting already. Next, she called Richard Castle, a talented man, and if he directed his skills down the right path, he would live a long and happy life. The princess knew that the duke's family was neither competent nor ambitious, so even without tricks, the boy would become a leader. Interpreting it his way, Richard asked if the girl meant that she would be by his side. Ansia got very angry, as the boy had twisted everything just for a sentence about a happy life. Taking a deep breath, the girl hurried to leave and reminded him to study etiquette more carefully. Although he looked forward to their next meeting, the princess hoped that by then Richard would have developed good manners. With a smile on his face, the boy watched the girl walk away. Ansia apologized to Melissa, who had to wait for her for a long time. The girl felt that she had stayed too long and wished to return to the palace to see her dear husband. Richard was happy that for the first time his mother was given something and promised to return next year. Looking at the bow and placing his hand on his heart, Richard smiled sincerely. The protagonist was happy that Telestin perfectly fulfilled her request. When the princess declared she wanted to study, the emperor immediately looked for the best teacher for her. Anija dedicatedly absorbed the knowledge to later share it with the crown prince. The protagonist explained that at one point, writing was only a privilege of aristocrats due to expensive parchment. When the Yelkan Empire fell and the Astric Empire was founded, the Romans helped to renew Yelkan. The fifth emperor of Yelkan adopted increasingly radical methods. He even burned the Terrazon Palace in an attempt to reach Emperor Philip. While trying to continue the story, Anija's head filled with strange images and voices. Therefore, the young lady experienced a strong pain invading her head. Noticing it, Blake worried a lot and wanted to know if something hurt his wife. But the princess did not confess and said everything was fine, only that she was thinking about something else. Not allowing more questions, the protagonist proposed returning to the study. Although the fire destroyed the Terrazon Palace, Emperor Philip managed to escape. As a result, the school, fervently wishing to rebuild the empire, failed. And enraged, he destroyed everything written in the Jelkan language. While giving the talk, the princess noticed Blake, who feigned indifference, and holding his hand. The young lady hurried to ask if everything was fine, but he smiled instantly and replied that everything was normal. Anisha was annoyed, as the prince always acts like this when he suffers another pain attack. Worried about her husband's health, the princess insisted that Blake skip sword training and rest, and so that the boy wouldn't protest, she proposed sleeping together, she too pretending to be tired. Blake tried to interrupt, but Anisha hurried the young man, affirming that she couldn't sleep without him. The crown prince blushed, as the bed was smaller and it was Anisha's. The wife asked if that had any significance, causing the boy to blush even more. But unable to convince his wife, the bunny had to obey the princess. The young lady touched Blake's face to check his temperature, which made the prince blush more. Anija wanted to go find something to keep warm, but her husband begged her not to leave. And he took her hand. The crown prince declared that he was not cold. Furthermore, his wife would stay by his side. The young lady apologized to her husband, as she regretted not having enough strength to help him. But the prince only affirmed that the princess should not worry, and that he was enormously happy to be with her. Anija, a little flushed, decided to accept it and lay down next to him to sleep. Time passed and the crown princess remained lying down, worried about her husband. Realizing that the crown prince had fallen asleep, she checked his temperature again and checked the color of his face. She couldn't afford to sleep, as she feared she wouldn't be able to help him in time. The crown prince wanted to go train immediately, but his wife didn't let him. Although the husband agreed to spend the whole day with the protagonist, he didn't understand what was being done to his cheeks. Ancilla called her husband glutton, while he firmly tried to resist the pain in his cheeks. The princess told her husband that today she had finally received a letter from Diana. Blake decided to ask if everything was going well for her at the academy, as he hadn't read the letter. Smiling, the protagonist accepted, and also supposed that her younger sister was enjoying herself. Ancilla proposed hurrying and writing a reply, along with the crown prince. But the boy refused. The princess thought her husband was taking it, as if his best friend had joined the army. And she was also worried about what happened between Diana and the book's protagonist. Then, the girl's attention was captured by a vase with a red rose, as it was the first gift His Majesty had given his wife. Perceiving Ancilla's sadness, the prince approached and hugged her tightly, wondering what was going through his fiancée's mind. The crown prince's wife noticed that the boy was improving by giving compliments, and he had almost matured. Blake pointed out that he was already 11 years old and an adult, and the difference between them was only 2 years. So he got quite angry at his wife's comment. Anzia carefully checked with her fingers whether the crown prince had a fever. Furthermore, she mentally noted that the boy had been sick lately, so it was necessary to observe him closely. Blake liked his wife's attention and took the girl's hand to bring it to his cheek. Looking at her husband, the princess got excited and couldn't hold back anymore, so she hugged him passionately. The crown prince would like to be considered not only adorable, so he asked his wife if he was cool. So they spent the whole day in the place, enjoying being together. Ansha invited everyone to try the hot tofu and aromatic soy milk. Everyone was shocked by the taste of the princess's extravagant preparation. The girl blushed a lot upon receiving so many compliments about her skills and clarified that everyone had cooked together. While wishing everyone a good appetite, the protagonist announced that she would take the dish to the emperor before it got cold. On the way, a black cat appeared clinging to Ancia's leg, attracted by the new food. The princess was happy to see her adorable pet. She sat on the ground, picked him up and asked him where he had been lately. Blake's expression immediately changed upon seeing an unexpected guest, replacing the smile with displeasure. Taking the cat, the prince said he would take care of him and asked his wife to hurry to his father. Anya worried if everything would turn out well, to which the prince assured that he would take personal care of it. The princess said she would do her best to return as soon as possible and would not delay. Ethan was trapped, so anxious that he needed to escape urgently, but he couldn't move. He was even surprised to feel the strength that the crown prince had, who held him so firmly. As soon as the protagonist left, Blake, in a deadly voice, asked the cat who he was. Horrified, Ethan meowed, trying to keep pretending, but he knew he had gotten into an uncomfortable situation. The prince immediately warned him not to even think about escaping, as he knew from the beginning that he wasn't a cat. Raising his head, the imperial servant silently looked at Blake, waiting for what would happen to him. His Highness understood that precisely that person had been watching him and Anya. Now he understood who had helped and cured him when he was a child. Blake remembered how every night he suffered nightmares and a pain as if thousands of blades were piercing him. One day he got used to the pain and loneliness, and a strange man dressed completely in black appeared. When that man arrived, he felt better as he cured him. The prince remembered that the man gave off an aroma of dark and deep water, as if it were a swamp spirit. And now Blake perceives the same smell, belonging to his savior. Realizing that the crown prince had already understood who he was, there was no need to keep deceiving. Recovering his human form, the young man greeted the crown prince, hope of the entire empire. Before him appeared a tall man with long hair and violet eyes, who identified himself as the faithful servant Ethan. Blake was surprised to discover that his suspicions were correct and that his savior was in front of him. Ethan recounted that he was a servant of His Imperial Highness and that he followed him by order of his master. The prince was surprised, as he believed his father had not forgotten him and still cared for him. Blake understood that they had before them an Eastern man who possessed pure strength. Ethan was perplexed. He didn't know what to answer, so the prince deduced that his servant had dark power, but also light. Hearing the question, the dark man felt immense shame and blushed. Ethan apologized to the prince and admitted that he deeply missed the food of his hometown. He revealed that seeing the food prepared by the princess, the memories overwhelmed him. That's why, at that moment, unable to contain himself, he was discovered. For personal reasons, Ethan disobeyed the order, so he believes he should be punished. The crown prince asked him not to apologize or inform the emperor, as he does not want his savior to be punished. While the dark-haired boy was happy with such an attitude towards him, Blake slowly approached, and with a murderous voice, told him never to be seen near Ansi again. And if he is seen near his wife again, there will be no more mercy. The boy felt frustration, as he perceived in him an oriental aroma that his wife likes so much, in addition to being very attractive. Therefore, considering everything, he wishes they could face off at least once. A while later, the protagonist arrived at His Highness's palace. With a wide smile, Ansi entered the room and announced her arrival to her father. But in the study, there was a courtier who was happy that the princess had arrived so early. The protagonist was surprised to see that they were waiting for her, but the butler said he waited for her every day. The princess laughed and said that he wasn't waiting for her, but for the one who would free him from his endless work. Hearing this, Tenstan asked the butler to stop talking nonsense and leave quickly. The emperor, with a cruel smile, proposed to Colin to live in the palace forever, as he would personally choose his place. Ainsi didn't understand how His Highness could speak in such a terrifying way while smiling. Colin reported that the obedient servant hurried to leave the princess. Then he immediately ran out of the room. The protagonist asked if the father hadn't been working too much lately. Tenshan reprimanded the princess, who hadn't put on her coat yet, and she just laughed, and offered him to try the food. Smiling and changing to a cheerful tone, he invited his daughter-in-law to come closer to eat together. The princess nodded with a smile, although she muttered something about the emperor working too much. The protagonist calmly and precisely took out what she had brought. Tenshin noticed that it looked a lot like snow and wondered what kind of food it would be. Anzia explained that it was tofu, made from soybeans that the prince had found for her. She also recounted how Blake skillfully cleaned the soybeans, which surprised the emperor. He didn't know his son knew how to clean soybeans, but the daughter-in-law told him that if Tenshan had come to the palace, he would have seen it too. The previous words caused a shadow of sadness to appear in the emperor's eyes. In doubt, since he and Blake entered his room 3 years ago, they haven't seen the sun again. The emperor asked how the day went, and Ansha happily told him that the prince had no fever and felt well. Even though they don't see each other at all, His Highness still worries about his son. The dish was specially prepared with spice for the father, and the emperor asked him to eat with him. He also asked if she liked spicy food, and the girl felt hungry upon seeing such food. It was a thick soup made with meat, tofu, and vegetables, and the spiciness came from the red pepper paste. Ansha asked if it was delicious, and Tenstan praised the princess and her culinary skills. Furthermore, he offered any gift for such a meal. The young lady became thoughtful, as before she would have easily refused, but today the situation was different. The princess hesitated, but said she wished to visit a place, and the emperor pointed out that it didn't matter where it was. Putting her doubts aside, the girl affirmed that she needed to go to the Teller Palace. Tenstan was very surprised by the choice of location for the princess's outing. Teller was the last imperial palace of the former Yelkin Empire and is now the first of Asterik. Philip, who destroyed Yelkin and founded Asterik, but did not wish to erase the history of the suffering work of his subjects. So he simply renamed it and started using it. However, this good intention turned into tragedy. Rakshal, the last emperor of Yelkin, attacked the imperial palace and set fire to the secret passage of Teller. The emperor was intrigued by the reason for choosing Teller, but Ancilla replied that if she went there, she would find clues. The princess was so sure of it, as she clearly remembered what had recently happened during her sessions with Blake. Like soul images, female screams came to her, a column of burning fire, and a luxurious place with stone tiles. Teller is nothing more than a wasteland, where fire has already burned everything and it is contaminated with black magic. Although the emperor expressed his desire not to let her go to such a dangerous place, Ancilla said she would only enter the palace and for a brief time. There is an oath. If someone steps on the burned earth of Yelkin, an evil will be unleashed. And if an emperor goes, it will be a catastrophe. Therefore, if the imperial family visits that place where no one steps, resistance to it will inevitably arise. The girl raised her voice, excited, and declared that if she visited the Tellarn Palace, she would find a way to break the curse. But Tinstan would not give in, as he considered Ansia his own daughter too. And he could not allow himself to send her to a dangerous place for Blake. The princess said she would protect her body with a magic stone of light, as the prince is also dear family to her. And she cannot give up like this. Worry and excitement were visible in the emperor's eyes, as he feared for her. The protagonist begged him not to refuse and to allow her to do it at least once. Closing his eyes and submerged in his thoughts, Dinstan warned with regret and reluctance that he would only allow her once. Whereupon the princess jumped for joy and incessantly thanked her father. Time was passing. Ancilla returned to her chambers, and the light in the imperial castle was still on. On one of the terraces, the familiar black outline of Ethan, returned from his mission, could be seen. He felt uncomfortable for having been discovered while strolling like a cat near the princess. He also felt bad for having to deceive the emperor, who was not yet asleep. His Highness noticed some movement at the window and a small noise from outside, so he had to exit his reflections and pay attention to the surroundings. She was wearing a kimono after bathing and guessed that the one outside was her servant. Upon entering, Ethan apologized, as he felt he had interrupted his Highness's sleep. But it turned out that he had only been pensive and was waiting for his shadow, so he immediately knelt down. Although the servant expected an order, the emperor clasped his hands and said he would not issue any today. He would only ask for a favor. He made an announcement in a grave voice. He requested the protection of the crown prince's wife and asked that she stay next to that child while protecting him. The young man replied that he was his shadow. Tinstone interrupted and, sighing heavily, said he knew Ethan's situation well. But there was no one else he trusted to protect Ansia, which left the servant dumbfounded. It was the first time the emperor had asked him for anything. Relieved, he accepted. Tinstan closed his eyes and, finally, smiled after so much deliberation. Ethan affirmed that the emperor should not believe that he had asked him for something as a favor, since it was his duty. It was a time of peace in the kingdom, which smelled of tranquility, and only a few knew about it. And they were preparing. Ansia had been eager for this day, when she was supposed to depart for the Taylor Palace. And it was time to leave. She had to be prudent and keep Blake's mischief a secret, as she knew her husband would oppose it. The protagonist, with evident discomfort, approached and lied, saying that because of the upcoming ball she had to stay in the imperial palace today. But the crown prince fully trusted his wife and asked her not to get overwhelmed. The princess also asked her husband to be more careful during sword practice. After saying this, Blake took Anisha's hands and hugged her gently. Looking into her beautiful eyes, he wished her a good journey so that nothing would happen to her on the way. After getting ready, the protagonist headed towards the cart that her husband and Melissa accompanied her. Seeing how Blake waved cheerfully, Anisha couldn't help but feel moved. And laugh. With clenched fists, the young lady was determined this time to find a way to remove the spell. That's why she wanted to hurry to leave for the imperial palace as soon as possible. They agreed to meet in the secret room on the 3rd floor. As usual, peeking out, Anija cheerfully called her father but stopped halfway. She verified that next to the emperor was an unknown man dressed in black. The princess apologized for being late, but it turned out that wasn't the case. Anisha wanted to know who that man was, as she had never seen anyone like that. Tenstu explained that the unknown man was Ethan and his servant, and that he would protect her on the way to the Teller Palace. The young lady found him familiar, but the man knelt before her and gave the imperial blessing. Anisha couldn't stop looking at that new face, which made Ethan blush. And suddenly it occurred to her that that man had been in the romance. Ethan was a prince of the great empire of Chan, where he faced death. Because the black dragon chose him, the boy had to flee to the continent. Tenstan found him and healed him, as his entire body was covered in horrible wounds. The emperor sincerely worried about him, as the boy was in a similar situation to Blake's. Ethan began to serve Tenstan faithfully, and by order, healed and protected the crown prince. That boy was a shadow, trained by the emperor to protect his son. Faced with so much reaction towards him, Ethan was very perplexed and felt uncomfortable. Tenstan explained that he had entrusted this man a long time ago to guard the crown prince's palace. That's why he apologized, which made the dark-skinned man bow abruptly and decide to take all the blame. Seeing this, the princess felt uncomfortable and asked for calm, as she only thanked him for his protection towards her. And Blake, with a cheerful look at his daughter-in-law, the emperor thanked her for understanding the situation. While laughing, Tenstan took a small box out of his pocket and handed it to her. Ansija was surprised and asked what they wanted to give her before her trip. The emperor clarified that it was a gift that could protect her. This object was created in a temple to purify and protect against black magic. Upon putting it on, Ansha shone with joy and thanked her father for so much consideration. Tenstan clarified that Ethan would transport them to the palace using magic, and that if anything went wrong, they would return immediately. The princess asked him to stop worrying so much about her, as even without these instructions, she would do the same, so it wasn't worth having her father get angrier. Anzia started complimenting Tenstan's face and commented that it wasn't appropriate for him to have wrinkles, since he was a national treasure. Noticing it, she discovered that father and son were weak to flattery. After laughing a little, the protagonist decided to leave, and the emperor asked her not to delay too long there. Ethan timidly asked them to hold hands to use the magic, which made the princess laugh again. Smiling and looking him in the eyes, Anzia asked if Ethan agreed to accompany her to the Talern Palace. It made him blush even more, as if she were provoking the boy on purpose. Once calm, Ethan asked the princess to close her eyes and relax. Immediately, a brilliant glow surrounded them, and an almost invisible wind rose. When the spell ended, Ethan said they could open their eyes now. Both were very surprised to see what they had before them, as they expected something a little different. Everything around them seemed so abandoned that even Anzia began to feel empty. Upon inspecting the place, the boy suggested returning immediately, as the ground seemed to be contaminated by black magic. However, Anzia insisted that they had just arrived and couldn't return immediately, so they should go to the palace. Going further in, Ethan asked the princess to look under her feet because there were many bones there. The further they went, the more intense the black magic became, and they also noticed a stone slab. Although of a different size, it resembled the one they took from the bottom of the lake, and letters were engraved on it. Upon carefully examining the slab, they discovered that there was writing on it in the ancient language of the Luma people. Astonished and excited, Ethan asked with interest what the inscription said. After a moment of silence and having studied the text, the princess began to read. The great Luma emperor, Rakshal Gohan, was chosen by heaven to be the great Luma leader. And following divine will, he founded the dynasty. His subjects, who were unaware of the emperor's goodness, yearned for power, and Philip was among them, who received the power of the goddess of light and destroyed the Jelkan dynasty. On September 1st, 687, according to the imperial calendar, Rakshal planned to destroy the altar palace to punish the servants. And Philip, who had sat on the throne, he declared that everyone must obey the Luma, and if they did not, the capital's land would be stained by darkness forever. Anisha asked Ethan what he thought of those words, and he replied that he was filled with anger, because the emperor did not consider the tyranny with which he destroyed the country. But the princess noticed something strange, as if the stone slab was asking to curse Rakshuluma. And if disobeyed, everything would be burned and destroyed. But that was the fault of the fools who did not follow the Loma. It was also strange that not a single bad word was mentioned about his main enemy, Philip. Someone should have denied that the goddess chose Philip, so it is possible that this slab was not made by the Luma, but by Emperor Philip. Upon touching the stone slab, the artifact on the princess's neck shone intensely, and it rose into the air. In the princess's mind appeared the image of a young woman who had judged her because of the stone slab. But Filippo, pointing out that he was now emperor of the empire, demanded that the young lady stop treating him with such rudeness, or else she would be punished. The protagonist stumbled slightly, and cold sweat ran down her face. Anisha said she shouldn't worry, only that her head was spinning. Ethan, on the other hand, believed it was black magic and suggested returning. Trying to convince the boy, the princess wanted to stay to look for more clues. But Ethan objected, as the lady's safety was the priority, although he suddenly felt something. He apologized for his audacity and took the protagonist in his arms. Anisha didn't understand why the boy acted so suddenly with her. Ethan explained that demonic creatures were coming towards them right now. The man in black turned around and started running with the girl in his arms. A white creature, with sharp teeth and a single eye, appeared behind them and let out a powerful scream. Anisha asked him to put her down on the ground, as she understood that running with someone in his arms was very difficult. But sweating and trying his best, he didn't let her go and asked her to hold on to him tightly. After that, they started running towards the palace, where there should be a lot of dust from the four creatures. Trying not to look back, Ethan tried to increase the distance between them. But it could be clearly heard that, even in such a narrow corridor, the creatures continued the pursuit. This situation made the boy feel even more nervous. But upon reaching the end of the passage, they discovered a dead end. After assessing the situation, Ethan put the protagonist on the ground and asked her to wait a moment. Then, he covered the princess with his body and approached his sword, enveloping it in magic. He promised to open a path for them, while begging Ansi to return to the place they came from. Opening their mouths wide, those creatures let out an even louder roar. They immediately lunged, but not towards them, but towards somewhere behind their backs. Both were surprised, as they understood that they were not their target. The monsters crashed against the wall, destroying it and revealing a new space. The demons gave a signal, as if they wanted to guide them somewhere. But Ethan intended to take advantage of the moment to return to the palace. However, the protagonist insisted that it was better to enter, as if one reflected. They hadn't even tried to attack from the beginning. So the princess decided that the demon's objective had precisely been to lead them there. The demons raised one of their tentacles as a sign that Ansi was right. And the protective pendant shone again. After that, the protagonist took a firm step and announced that she would move forward. Walking further ahead, they reached a room with a staircase leading to the basement. Upon approaching it, Ethan stopped her immediately, as he considered such a thing dangerous. He decided that such a thing could be a trap, so he insisted again on returning. Clutching her dress, Anzia told the blacksmith that she urgently wanted to remove the spell from Blake. Even if they faced risks, Ethan wanted to insist anyway. Therefore, the princess leaned in front of him so that he would listen to her in the end. The boy was very embarrassed to see that the lady had leaned towards him. So he agreed and asked to lift her up immediately. Hearing these words, the girl immediately shone, but the blacksmith warned that if there was any sign of danger, they would return to the palace. Then they both slowly and carefully descended into total darkness. Ansia was surprised that such a large place could be in the basement and thanked the lights for illuminating them. With time, they encountered a large door completely made of gold. Ethan touched the doors and understood that they were locked, and it seemed to him that someone had sealed them with magic. The princess asked what was needed to enter, whereupon the blacksmith clarified that they had to know the password, or guess it on their own. Anzia proposed looking around. Perhaps they would find clues in the door's decoration. The protagonist touched the door, and a golden glow came out of it. Ethan didn't understand how something like that was possible, something happening before his eyes. The mark that had just prevented their passage was instantly removed. Chernish explained that the mark could not weaken on its own, and that happened because the princess used her strength to undo everything. And open the door. Ethan suggested explaining it later, and for the moment, entering inside. The room shone a lot, as everything around it was made of gold. And jewels. The boy, observing his surroundings, noticed stone slabs and called the princess to approach. These slabs were identical to the one kept in the palace on the third floor. In the secret room, only the text was clearer. Anisha was excited, as she thought she had found the key to breaking Blake's curse. In 508, the fifth Prince Rakshal obtained the title of Crown Prince. Precisely, that man considered himself responsible for the palace fire and all the books. That's why the Loam language became lost thanks to him. Looking at the next slab, Anisha discovered that Rakshal married Rayantal Belasian. That meant that the Crown Prince's wife contributed more than anyone to the construction of the Asterix Empire. In 508, in September, the seventh princess coughed intensely, vomited blood. And finally, her skin turned black. Upon reading, Anisha said that the Tansinol disease began to spread in 508. But it was known that it only began to spread after the fall of the Jelkan Empire. And after that, many empresses, princesses, and princes continued to die. The year changed, but the disease became stronger. The entire stone slab was a single funeral announcement. As 510 approached, the empire gradually fell into a whirlpool of death. It was thus that by continuing to read, the protagonist realized an unexpected fact. And astonishing. In February of the year 510, Rakshal died before the collapse of the Shilkan Empire. That same year, the emperor passed away, and a short time later Philip appeared, a direct relative of the imperial family. When blessing with the strength granted by the goddess of light, the black spots disappeared, and the fever subsided. And when the plague disappeared, all the people prostrated themselves before him, and in June he was crowned emperor. Ancilla revealed that here, the story differs enormously from that of the Asterix books. Since in these, it is stated that Philip only appeared and occupied the throne after all relatives were murdered. Although founding a country is surrounded by all kinds of impossible rhetoric, it is suspicious that from beginning to end it is completely false. And in the last inscription on the last tile, it was mentioned that in the year 513, Rayantal Belasian became empress. Although Ancilla had learned a lot, she had traveled this whole way to destroy Blake's spell. She didn't understand why she saw that memory, nor what the demons had brought her there for. But her thoughts were interrupted when the pendant broke. The princess was surprised to see that the magic stone her father had given her had suddenly broken. Ethan immediately asked them to return quickly, so he instructed her to close her eyes. The emperor suffered a lot and wanted to know if the princess had regained consciousness. Holding her head in pain, Ancia asked for forgiveness. He didn't understand the reasons, but the girl said that the necklace her father had given her had broken. Then she carefully handed it over to her father, along with the broken debris. But attention didn't care. He rushed to hug his daughter-in-law and asked about her injuries. The protagonist hurried to calm her father, assuring him that everything was fine. But her tears flowed profusely, and Ancia apologized for not finding anything. She felt guilty for insisting so much on going with him. But the emperor didn't let her finish and apologized to her, which put a lot of pressure on her. The protagonist did everything possible to calm down, understanding that tension and Blake were going through a very difficult time. Although the emperor tried everything possible to help the princess, her tears did not stop. In his study, a subordinate suddenly ran in, all panting, showing that he had run. The servant brought bad news. His Highness, the Crown Prince, was unconscious. Such news immediately diverted the protagonist's crying. They hurried back to the prince's palace to find out his condition. Blake lay in bed suffering from pain, with his entire small body trembling. The husband had a high fever and, moreover, had been unconscious for 3 days. Ancie, while observing her husband's suffering, did not stop blaming herself for the events. She blamed herself for not staying with him. Although she knew that only Diana can remove the spell, the heroine promised not to show her selfishness anymore. And that's why, as soon as Blake woke up, she promised to leave. Hearing those words, the Crown Prince woke from sleep and asked his wife not to leave. The boy begged with all his might not to abandon him and not to leave him. She had to agree not to abandon him. That's why Blake, with all his strength, said it was an oath and lost consciousness again. In the hallway, the butler commented that it was a lot that the Crown Prince had lived for 3 years. During all that time, the princess almost never left her husband's room. And she held his hand. Seeing his suffering, she wanted to be Diana, as she was sure that Blake didn't get sick so much. Suddenly, the emperor entered the room without warning and with total discourtesy. Anisha was surprised and a little frightened by her father's sudden appearance. Tensatan approached the princess and placed his hand on her back to calm her down a bit. He knelt in front of the bed and touched the prince's hand, asking for forgiveness. Seeing his son suffering, he felt he had arrived too late. But Anisha affirmed that it was not too late, that it was only the beginning, and asked her father not to think of strange ideas or protect her until the end. He took the princess's hand and said he had 2 sons to protect. He also said he wouldn't pay attention to her machinations and didn't intend to punish her. The protagonist smiled and calmed down a little. She accepted the emperor's words and told him she trusted him. Meanwhile, in Castle's palace, the news arrived that the emperor had visited a crown prince. He asked his subordinate Damarama and confirmed that Blake had been unconscious for 4 days. The crown prince had never been in such bad shape. At this rate, the next prince would be considered. Richard knew that the emperor would not appoint the greedy Duke of Castle as heir, nor the stupid Frank. Therefore, he decided to kill Tenstan to keep a chance of becoming emperor. He asked his servant to inform the emperor that there was a dark wizard among the Loma people. This man used ancient magic. Anyone who used spells without restriction could transfer a divine curse. Richard hoped this would capture His Highness's attention, and pretending that he had transferred Blake's curse, he would kill him. But Damirin returned and said that the emperor did not react to the rumor. The servant suggested adding more details, but Richard considered it sufficient. And his plan failed. Reflecting on it, he believed Tenstone cared a lot about the princess, and if she were officially adopted, he would have to possess her, and thus everything would align in his favor. Finding no better end, he decided to give Ansi something so valuable that she couldn't refuse it. After an examination, the doctor announced that 10 full days had already passed, and he didn't want to say it. But if the crown prince doesn't wake up today, he thinks Blake won't survive. These words turned out to be so shocking that they plunged Ansi into deep terror. She began to blame herself, convinced that everything was a consequence of the butterfly effect, as she had altered the original. She gently took her husband's hand, and the princess made a plea to the goddess of light to stop sending suffering to Blake, as he had done nothing wrong. Seeing how Ansi blamed herself, the emperor placed his hand on her and begged her not to self-accuse. The protagonist tried to calm herself, aware that tension suffered more than anyone. And she didn't want to add emotional burden to his suffering. The emperor blames himself for Blake's condition, as the spell derives from the imperial family's guilt. The father, stroking her hair, expressed that Ansi and Blake were a gift, and that their mere existence was a treasure. That's why he begged her not to think about it again, and if his son died that day, he promised to make Ansi a princess. The protagonist was surprised to hear those words, as she didn't fully understand them. Tenshin accused himself for not having thought of the heir, for which Blake's spell was entirely his fault. Recalling the true history, the protagonist affirmed that it was not the emperor's fault. Tenstan wants to get rid of the spell so that other children do not inherit those penalties. The goddess of light cursed Felipe Jaracilion, whom she used to ascend the throne. And if his descendants renounce the throne, the goddess would stop hating. That's why, upon dying, Blake decided to make Ansi a princess. Afterwards, Tenstan plans to abdicate the throne in favor of the protagonist. Out of fury and helplessness, the young woman clenched her dress and shed tears, but continued saying that the prince would overcome the illness. But the protagonist decided not to listen to the king and asked him not to even mention it. Then she threw herself towards Blake's body and affirmed that he would wake up and overcome it. And in the silent room, where only tears resonated, the crown prince's voice was suddenly heard. After getting excited and instantly stopping her tears, she immediately held her husband's face. Smiling, Blake, with bright eyes and a smile, said he was a little ashamed of those words. Ansia apologized for hugging him, thinking she was squeezing him too hard. But the boy took her and asked her not to leave. Extending his hand towards his wife's frightened face, the husband asked why the princess was crying. The young lady said she was just happy to see him and wanted to call the doctor. But Blake didn't let her and ordered her to stay. Observing this entire lovely scene, His Imperial Highness coughed to make himself noticed. Because they saw her at that moment, Anzia blushed a lot. And Tenstan decided to ask how his son was feeling. Sitting next to the bed, the father caressed his son's forehead to check his temperature. The young lady decided to leave the father and son alone, so she was about to go out and call the doctor. But instead, Tenstan took her hand and held her there, while he went out to look for the doctor. As soon as the king left through the door, Blake immediately ran into his wife's arms. The husband said he had missed Anzia a lot, as he hadn't seen her for so long. Blake explained that it was precisely the way his wife called him that gave him strength. That's why he managed to recover. The protagonist cried with happiness with a smile and was enormously grateful that Blake had recovered. Since the crown prince recovered in the palace, many things have changed. Tenstan began to visit his son's palace every 3 days and sometimes, when they had time. They ate together. Like today, when Anzia prepared mushrooms with egg. The emperor thanked her for the efforts and the food, and pointed out that it was very tasty. Anzia was embarrassed that these two couldn't talk normally to each other. Therefore, she first asked the emperor about his son's kindness, and then Blake about his father. Very, very handsome. But after a brief pause, the crown prince forcefully placed the cup on the saucer. Then he sadly asked if it was necessary to say very twice. With those words, the good atmosphere went to waste, and they continued the dinner in silence. Ansha asked if Blake wasn't happy that the emperor came more often. But he replied not too much, as now he had to spend less time with his wife. When tension is here, the wife dedicates all her attention to him and only praises him. The girl clarified that she had called her husband affectionately, but he didn't like that. Hugging her, he declared that he would no longer do tender things. Ansha asked if the husband wouldn't feel jealous, but with a smile he admitted that he would. And he asked her to only look at him, as he himself pays attention to no one else. Blake was tormented by questions about why his wife still didn't call him by his name, and only greeted him as Highness. The girl appealed to protocol, but the husband immediately noticed that she called the emperor father. So he decided to ask if she still didn't consider him her husband. The protagonist initially did it for protocol, but later because she didn't want to get too close, as she planned to leave. And that's why she didn't plan to cross the line she drew for herself, convinced that only she knew it. But the husband already understood her completely, so he asked her to call him Blake. Surrounding her face, the prince asked her to call him by his name, as only then could he wake up. Upon realizing that she had no escape, the protagonist finally called him by his name. Closing her eyes, she understood that the last barrier to abandoning Blake had finally fallen. Calm that the husband was fine, Ancilla returned to the secret room next to the stone. She wondered how Philip had betrayed the goddess of light and named Rontal Belsian Empress. The questions tortured her about what was said on the stone and what happened after the assault on the capital. Interrupting her thoughts, Ethan entered, who had changed his dark clothes. Ancilla mentioned that she had studied the plaque and reread the history of Jelkin. But in no book was there any mention of Tansanal. Noticing her determination and the amount of books she had read, Ethan called her an extremely amazing person. Chernish affirmed that the girl was very wise in the palace and managed to understand that he himself had placed some plaques. Ancilla observed Ethan's new outfits, who replied that his highness had given them to him. The princess was intrigued because the shadow, who never wanted to come out, finally did. Chernish clarified that, despite his efforts towards the crown prince, he felt ashamed and decided to change. Perceiving a sudden surge of magic, Ethan hid the princess behind him and unsheathed his sword. In the center of the room, a small column of light suddenly appeared. The protagonist was surprised to observe something she didn't know. Ethan recounted that he sensed the strength of a dragon here, and that perhaps they had sent him from Chan to look for him. While preparing for combat, the light in the center of the room became more and more intense. A man came out of it, who claimed to have finally found who he was looking for. Covering her eyes against the intense light, the princess became uneasy seeing a child. Before them appeared a small boy, dressed in white clothes and blue eyes. Ethan instantly decided to find out if they had come to arrest him, or, finally. For his soul, he immediately expressed with enthusiasm that it was all a terrible misunderstanding, and that Bacon had come to serve Ethan. Upon bowing, he announced that this was his wish as a white dragon. Similar words left the Dark One perplexed, as he didn't understand what was happening. Kneeling, Bacon affirmed that, as a white dragon, he had chosen Ethan as his master, and urged him to become Emperor of Chan. But the young man immediately refused and asserted that he could not be deceived in that way. Terrified, the dragon insisted that his words were not false and that he had searched for a long time. The dragon begged them to listen to him to explain himself, but Ethan didn't notice and was about to leave. The princess proposed listening to him, as he didn't seem very dangerous apparently. Angrily, Bacon formed a clot of a white sphere in his hand, clearly preparing to attack. The dragon asserted that no one else could serve Ethan but him, so he wished to eliminate the unnecessary person. And Scylla was frightened, as she didn't understand why they had involved her in all this. The magic became more intense, preventing the protagonist from saying anything coherent. Therefore, Ethan accused the Dark One and stood up in defense against such rudeness towards the princess. Upon approaching and making a move, the Dark One caused the white dragon to lose consciousness. Then he approached the young woman to make sure she was well and had not suffered any harm. Ansi was worried about that person lying on the ground, while the boy didn't care about anything. Upon taking him in his arms, the dark-haired man told him there was no need to worry and that he had to be away for a moment. A few days after another visit to the imperial palace, Black was receiving her by hugging her and telling her he had missed her. Then, frowning, the crown prince asked if the princess hadn't forgotten anything. The wife, a little embarrassed and blushing, said, "Blake, I have returned." Laughing and smiling with joy, they held hands and headed down the hallway. On their way was Ethan, who greeted the crown prince. Although he said they had already seen each other a long time ago, Black implied the opposite, indicating that he didn't want to see him there. Although the crown prince stared at him, Ethan showed no emotion, and only nodded. The guard, upon opening his eyes, said he had come to tell the princess something. Ansi accepted and invited him to the hall, while the husband asked him to return with her as soon as possible. Ethan apologized for what happened in that room that day, and although he said everything was fine, she didn't believe him. Worried, the protagonist decided to ask if she could find out what was happening. After exhaling with difficulty and remaining silent for a few moments, he revealed that he was the Prince of Chan. If the Asterix Imperia was built with the strength of light, the Chan Imperia was built with the strength of the dragon. His mother was a servant and caught the emperor's attention. That's why he was born. In childhood, he was a very happy black child and played frequently with Bacon. But everything changed when the black dragon chose him, meaning the destruction of the country, and a precursor of evils. That's why the emperor killed his mother, but he didn't manage to reach and resolve the root of all evils. After Ethan left the country, the white dragon chose Bacon, considered sacred, chosen to become the main priest. He came here in secret, looking for the black child. That's why there is chaos in the country, and their conversation was interrupted by an unexpected noise. It was Blake's voices, so Ansi was terribly worried and anxious. Ethan apologized upon feeling the white dragon following him. Bacon looked at the crown prince lying on the ground, as if examining something on him. Blake didn't understand what was happening or who the person shouting at him was. Upon trying to get up, the husband got angry and asked Bacon what he was doing. The dragon was surprised and astonished to see this strange being. Squeezing the child's cheeks, the dragon wondered if he had dark energy in him. Ansi and Ethan hurried. They even ran as far as they could to understand what was happening. Seeing this scene, the princess felt a lot of indignation at what was happening to her husband. The white dragon was forcefully torn from the crown prince. Blake said he was going after his wife, but he deviated a little and ran into this man. The white dragon affirmed that he is a supreme priest and has no intention of bowing his head to anyone other than the Emperor of Chan. He noticed that every time Ethan is near Blake, it is very difficult for the dragon to find his master. Looking at the princess's husband, the dragon said that everything in him is mixed, which left the princess very perplexed. In Chan, the white dragon is a supreme sacred being, similar to their goddess of light. During 3 years of studying the spell, Anzia had not found the word mixed anywhere. That's why she understood that he knows something about the spell. Bakhan immediately understood that the princess was very interested in that spell. So, the dragon proposed making a deal with the imperial heir of Asterix. Ansha asked for the terms to be announced, and the dragon said that he had heard that Ethan was staying here for the crown prince's recovery. In addition to preparing a room for him, he asked the princess to insist that Ethan return to the Imperia of Chan. And if the protagonist cooperates with this, he will help decipher the lithographic print. Ansha was surprised at how he knew what her heart longed for so much. He said that being a chosen white dragon, you lose sight, but you gain the ability to see what is invisible to the human eye. If in the end the princess manages to convince Ethan to return, he promised to tell her everything he knows and decipher the print. The main heroine walked down the street, lost in her thoughts. She didn't want to send her child to a place where he would only find death. Therefore, her only option was to gain Beckham's loyalty. She thought the best way to tame the kitten was by giving him food, so she offered meat patties with jasmine tea. But he affirmed that he should deliver the food to the crown prince and that he would not eat himself, although later he would understand. That same night, the white dragon was dressed in beautiful clothes. Anzia was praised for her command of the language, but she said that for a vessel that meant nothing, as well as age. That night, Ethan rushed into his room to present himself before the prince and the princess. The white dragon ran happily towards his friend and told him that he had studied the imperial language arduously, and he had dressed in local clothes. Anzia was angry at Ethan's coldness, while Blake was annoyed because this treatment was excessive. Beckham hastily calmed his friend, asked him not to get angry, and took the blame upon himself. Upon learning of the crown prince's health condition, the child left in a hurry. At night, even in bed, Blake remained angry with Ethan for how he acted. Anzia was surprised, as she had never seen her husband so angry, showing empathy for others, something he normally ignored. The crown prince kept shouting. Bacon waited all day for Ethan. How could he do that to him? If she did the same thing to Blake, he wouldn't stand it. He turned to his wife with tears in his eyes and feared imagining that the young woman would abandon him or ignore him. His tears kept falling imagining how his wife called him noisy, which was hard for him to process. And Anzia hugged him tightly. The princess said she held no grudge against her husband and called her bunny precious. The next morning, in the greenhouse of the crown prince's palace, Blake was asked for help from a dragon to make a wreath, which confused him because he has subordinates. Bakhan became interested in how often he had been giving gifts to the boy, and the latter replied that lately he had been giving them to his wife. The prince explained that he changed his perspective on gifts after a dangerous situation. When he plucked a rose and gave it to Anzia, he gave her the flower, even though he knows it will wither soon, just like him, but his wife imposed a spell that preserves it for her to admire every day. Looking at his wife, he felt remorse again and decided to give her several presents. At noon, Bakhan visited the palace terrace with the princess and was surprised to see how intent Blake was on fencing. The dragon mentioned that in his soul he sees a woman much older than him, but even after so many hardships, she remains dazzlingly beautiful. He pointed out that Anzia is good and will save many, but she won't be able to save herself, and also warns that she is consuming herself in her own light. Upon hearing this, the protagonist decided to clarify whether she could really remove Blake's spell. Ignoring the words that called her foolish, Anzia rushed to ask the dragon to reveal everything he knew about the spell. Upon hearing what she desired, Bakhan asked if the young lady was willing to die for the crown prince. she immediately received a sure answer. For her, life in his eyes was the most important thing. With a deep sigh, the dragon asked her to show him that imprint he couldn't decipher. Bakken clarified that he would only restore the words, that the interpretation would be the princess's task. And he asked her to step away to use magic. Upon activating it, multiple miasmas of dark magic began to emerge from the imprint. While the dark aura attenuated over time, the text became more legible. And the words lit up. The girl was in shock upon discovering that Philip had lost other children to the curse of light. When Ansia learned that the original curse of the goddess of light had changed, a powerful flow of dark aura erupted from the stone. The memories of the true owner of that body returned to her mind. Ansha was trembling and crying with fear on the lake shore, hidden after seeing Blake's face. While processing the recount for his attitude towards his father, the lady noticed a glow as bright as the sun on the lake. It became more and more intense and bright, until it blinded her and left her perplexed about what it was. She was suddenly thrown to the bottom of the lake, and the dark aura pulled her down. The girl tried to break free, but due to panic, she soon ran out of air and realized she could breathe. In her mind sounded a voice calling the young heir Ansi of light, proposing to transmit the strength. All the previous owner's last reflections were focused on her younger sister. Upon waking up, the protagonist was in shock from what happened, while Bakken worried if she was okay. The white dragon just confirmed what he suspected from the beginning. It is Ansia who possesses the power of light. The boy was surprised that she discovered it now, which surprised the girl upon understanding that he knew it instantly. Bakahan explained that it couldn't be otherwise, since the lady shines so beautifully. He recounted that thanks to her, darkness did not spread further, and the excessive glow prevents its advance. The dragon revealed that a lot of opposing force accumulated in the boy's body. But if the will is strong enough, Ansia can break the spell. The protagonist was very happy to be the heir to the power of light and to be able to free him, thus avoiding having to move away from him. And in that moment of joy, a noise was suddenly heard. Baekhan fell to the ground right in front of her.